cattle manure, dry manure. How many of you remember doing that? I remember as a kid, or even when I first started farming, we'd always leave 30 or 40 acres that we would haul manure on all winter. And guess what we do in the spring? Mow more plow. Real good idea, yeah. Thank you. Hey. Now, at that time, that's the only way we could handle it. Sometimes we would haul that manure so thick we wouldn't have been able to plant it anyway. So we ended up plowing. But what I'm seeing now is as we haul manure on our fields, as our fields have changed, our soil has changed, the earthworms incorporate that manure so fast. We can have our neighbors put on between 3 and 5 ton, probably mostly 5 ton of cattle manure. And that seems to be, that's pretty thick, not real thick. But if you walk out in our fields in the first part of July, you will not see the manure. If it's spread during the winter or in the fall, it's gone. So I think as we change our soils, as we become more healthy, our underground livestock, is what I want to call them, will actually take care of that manure that's applied on top. So I'm not scared at all about applying on top. I don't necessarily pay for the nitrogen in a lot of this manure because of the fact that we are on top. But as I think with, I shouldn't say this, but maybe in the future with heavy cover crops, we may be able to pay a little more for the nitrogen. May I answer the question? I think we're good. Okay.
What's your
the question is more, what is my nitrogen to yield? And right now I'm at about 0.78. Now, I can go through a whole presentation. Some people are still thinking I'm putting too much nitrogen on, and maybe I am, because if we would have time, I could show you a research plot that we have on our farm that our organic matter is not going up as fast as we think it should be. And part of that might be because we're still putting too much nitrogen on. But right now we're at 0.78, I think. So we're not quite down to the 0.5 that a lot of people are saying, so, but we're working towards that. We're using both. We're using UAN on the plant, and then also anhydrous sidedress. And remind me this afternoon when Brian talked about some of the yield reductions when they were planting on rye. A lot of it is due to when they were putting nitrogen on, for sure. And remind me this afternoon, we'll walk you through what we need to do there as well.
Thanks for the questions. Keep writing those down and we'll do another break. But Mark drove from southern Minnesota, so we want to make sure he gets back and be able to do chores tonight. So this is Martin Larsen. He farms 700 acres near Byron, Minnesota, producing corn and soybeans, food-grade oats, alfalfa, as well as meat goats and beef cattle. The Larsens were named Olmsted County Farm Family of the Year in 2022 for conservation and community involvement. As an Olmsted County Soil and Water Conservation District staffer, he gives technical assistance to farmers and handles 40-acre test plot building for healthy soil. Larsen is a speaker on soil science and groundwater quality, regenerative ag practices, challenges and innovations in food and farming markets, and caving, farming, and water quality. Thank you for joining us, Mark.
Okay, can you hear me? Yep. I'm officially giving a TED talk now, I think. Don't wear these. Yeah. Thanks for the introduction. So I do wear a lot of caps. I wear a lot of caps as a farmer, but also working for the Soil and Water Conservation District. As she mentioned in their caving, and like, well, what's that? What's caving? Started this about 10 years ago as a hobby, and then started to see the connection to groundwater and farming also. So caving, it sounds like, is going into caves for fun. You know, it's because what sounds like fun, going hundreds of feet underground in small, tight, muddy passages, cold as well. But it was down there where I started to see, you know, the cave drips, the soil from the surface washing into the caves. So you could see, you know, what we were doing on the landscape as farmers was affecting the groundwater in some cases in a matter of seconds. So it was really an eye-opener, and led me down this path of further groundwater exploration and determining and studying practices that we do as farmers, specifically soil health, whether it be adoption of cover crops, but also breaking up our corn soybean rotation into another crop. And that's getting more difficult as we have less livestock, or I do, because I do have a lot of other things that I do and like to do, so I can't ramp up my livestock, but I do want the diversity on the farm. So I'm going to focus on this small grains side of my farm, but also know that it's relating to a lot of other things as far as groundwater nitrate reduction in groundwater. It plays a huge role in that. So this is my farm. Yes, that's a Gleaner combine. It actually came just a few miles from here, over east here. And my dad's over there unloading. He still helps a little bit. It used to be my dad, uncle, and I that farmed together, but they're pretty much phased out and retired now. But my dad will still help, like drive combine, plant a little bit. So this is in the first week of August, and it's a real harvest now because we have the combination of both of us combined nearly 400 acres of small grains this summer. And small grains, of course, isn't anything new. I'm just south and west, mostly west of Rochester. And I live on the farm where this gentleman, my great-grandfather, farmed. That threshing machine still sits on the farm. With my son and I put Christmas lights on it this year. He had his boiler's license, so he had a steam in, huge fluctuations in the corn and soybean markets from low to high. Now we're kind of still on the high side, but what did it do? It pulled up input costs, or input costs are so much higher right now. So we have the marketing side, which adds diversity, because I don't know about you, but I am not the world's greatest grain marketer. I struggle with it, obviously. So it's a place that I can get that legume cover crop established and grow to a substantial amount. It's resistance management, so whether that's on the corn ear for extended diapause with corn rootworm, now we're actually seeing that corn rootworm is becoming resistant to Smart Stacks corn, so we're adding a soil insecticide on top of that. So it's getting pretty risky to keep doing what we're doing year in, year out as far as resistant management. And I remember an agronomist that's spread the workload, because more and more I'm working alone. I'm also a single father. I like to go caving, I like to have hobbies, I have a job, I have a lot going on, so I need to spread that workload in the fall. So I'm the guy that'll combine a truck, a semi-truck, fill it, drive it to town, drive it back. Dad doesn't want to drive a truck, he doesn't want to drive the other combine. I respect that, so I'm working alone. This is a big one, and I'm finding it more and more as I'm pushing the yield side on the corn and soybeans, because I've introduced a third crop. And my drought exposure is reduced. What crop gets affected most by a dry August? Soybeans. Do oats care if August is dry? No, they're in the bin or getting delivered. The oat aggregation group that I kind of started with my neighboring farmers, we have a group outside of Byron. That's the town that I live in, just west of Rochester. And we used to get together and talk about cover crops only. Then we started growing some oats, 3 of us. Well, now there's 28 producers in that group that are pooling our both growing resources, such as there's my coworker sending a message to us. Someone warned me once, like, you should turn off your teams when you're presenting. So yeah, we pool our resources, whether it be communicating, growing a better crop, but also when we buy seed, when we market the crop. There I am out planting. You see, nothing I have is very large. So I farm 700 acres and it's pretty small equipment. So I put in a little more hours and a few more rounds. And there's my boss too. So this is an interesting photo for me because last year we were pushed up against time because time is the factor in getting oats in and getting a good test weight, a good yield. And we need to be in early in the spring, as early as possible. So what happened last year, it stayed wet. It kept pushing me into later and later April. So I started planting at night through a thin crust of oats, or through a thin crust of frost. I'd go out about 10:30, check the garden, yep, it's getting a frost on it, and plant through the night. So this is at about this is about 7 in the morning, and that sun's coming out, and it's starting to get greasy, and that's when I would have to quit. So about 4 or 5 days, I planted through the night, and I got over 200 acres of oats in between 10:30 at night and 7, 8 in the morning. It's not showing up very good, but I'm a true no-tiller. So you can see I'm punching that oats through the residue and getting the seed in, that 1 to 1.5, in some cases 2 inches deep to get good seed to soil contact. We don't want that seed embedded in that residue when you're no-tilling oats. Many will grow, but not all will. And I'm a firm believer in getting that 1.3 million live plants out there. That's what we need. So if you do your germ ratio, your seeding ratio, I'm up in that nearly 4 bushel seeding rate, and I'm counting on those plants to be there so that it looks like this when they start to emerge. That's the same field as that photo. So that's what that looks like when they were planted in the frost. You'd never know it by the time they were coming up. I top dress my fertilizer for oats. So that's a 30-30-30 blend that I put on soybean ground. I'll bump up that nitrogen rate a little bit on corn stalks, but I like to put that on when they're just emerging or just after. And the reason I do that, one is because I want to put it on, and that's the timing that works out for me because it's before I'm out planting corn. And the reason I want to put it on is, what do you think that little Kubota and spreader half full weighs as compared to an airflow? Tens of thousands of pounds less, and I can spray my fungicide on the same guidance path that I can spread my fertilizer. And that's important to me to keep the weight off those no-till fields. So this would be, I suppose, the last weeks of May. That's my son out in the fields. The oats are about 12 inches tall, or about 1 foot tall. And that's when I'm doing my first fungicide pass, as well as the weed control pass. So I have clover underseeded at about 5 to 8 pounds on almost all my acres of oats. I don't want to kill that, so I'll use an MCPA, and I'll start at a low rate, about 1/3 of a pint. And then as the oats get a little taller, like here, it's covering up a lot of that clover underneath the first pint rate to keep that clover alive. And the clover might get a little lazy for a day or two, but it pops right back up. I also have fungicide in there, so I'll do a half rate of Preaxor with a full rate of Tilt. And this is what it looks like at flagleaf. So at flagleaf, I'm putting the second pass of fungicide on. And I'll turn right, it could be 7 to 10 days later from that first pass, I'll turn almost right back around and do the flagleaf pass. And at that pass, I'm not spraying herbicide anymore. It'll just be that fungicide. And I've started putting in 1 gallon per acre of N-Pact, or it's a foliar nitrogen. This is what it looks like at harvest. You can see they're pretty clean oats. This variety right here is Reigns, R-E-I-N-S. I like that variety because it's short and stands well. So about a week or two prior to harvest, which is the worst time to get a windstorm, we did. And this field here got about a 60-mile-an-hour wind is our estimate. We're not for certain. But you can see it standing tall and strong, and that's what we want. I did combine a fair amount of lodged oats last year. I do everything. I cut everything straight. That bean head, I lock up the cutter bar and I'll hold it up. But in that lodge situation, I was actually running the auto header height again. And if you cut against the lodging, you can do a better job, in my opinion, than with a swather or many swathers. You can see I cut high. I leave a lot of stubble. Nice clean sample because it is a gleaner. That's my son. And I could talk harvest tips too, but really, I'm a firm believer in pushing the air when you're combining oats, because you really need to get that test weight up, and you can do that with air. And so I'm blowing the light ones out. They've kind of become a cover crop. Well, a few of them grow with the clover. I have been selling the straw. It may be the last year that I do that though, because I'm in an economic position that I can keep that straw on the farm. So that's my 11-year-old son. He's out raking it back up. I spread the straw out most of the time with the combine, and then rake it back up, because it is quite wet when you combine straight. That straw is wet. And when it comes out of a gleaner, it comes in a pretty narrow windrow. So I prefer it spread out, dries better, rake it back up. Keep in mind that when you get to about a ton of straw, you are exporting P&K off your farm, and that has value. So it varies, but I'm going to say at about a ton, you're exporting about $60 an acre of P&K. That doesn't count the micros or the carbon or anything else. So make sure that the straw gets priced accordingly so that it's worth it when you have to bale idiot bales. It works really well, and I sold a lot this way, where they would bring the wagons and we would fill them, and then they would go away. It works really poorly when you have to handle them. This is that clover cover crop underneath the stubble. Again, you can see I cut pretty high. You can see that the straw, the base of that plant, is pretty green yet. And I don't want to get down in that with the bean head or when I'm combining, because I don't want to dig the combine out. Because that's a lot of material to be running through, even at 20 feet at a time. You're asking a lot of your combine, of course, right? Especially some varieties, like Rushmore. It's a taller growing plant, but it's also the structure of the stem of the plant goes through a combine a lot harder. So Reigns, you can move right along 4.5 miles an hour. You get into Rushmore, and you get down into this green stuff, you're slowing down quickly, if not reacting quickly to shut that feeder house off as you hear the odors start to build up. This is September 27th. That's that same clover. It's the same field as this photo was taken. So that's September 27th. You can see it's about up to the bumper on that Ranger. Now that would be a very good feed crop if you could bale it wet. It's probably not going to get it dry. Clover doesn't dry very well. And wrap it. But I left it because I don't have enough cattle. So it stayed out over winter just like that, and it winter killed or went dormant. And this is what it looked like the next spring. So you can see the stubble from the previous years, and then it's greening back up. That clover is greening back up. I have a divided starter system, so I run 32% next to the furrow, and I also run pop-up in the furrow. I run a lot of 32% or a higher amount, 20 gallons into the coulter here. There's some thiosulfate in that. There's my row cleaners, they're Getter row cleaners. They're always locked. They're pin adjust. I don't have airbags or anything. I just set the pin. If they don't turn all the time, I kind of figure that's the right height. This is what that seed looks like in the ground. It's 1 3/4. The angle looks like it's shallower, but 1 3/4 to 2 inches is where you want that seed. You do not want any pockets down around the seed. You don't want the seed furrow open at all, and you don't want any residue down it. So you want, if you're following these rules, you can carry on. If you're not following these rules, meaning you're only 1 inch, you have pockets down around the seed, you have residue down there, stop, take the planter out of the ground and figure out how to fix it. Because it will not work, and you will be disappointed, and it will fail, and you will be very hesitant to try to plant into conditions like this again. This is what it looks like when the planter moves on. So you can see the cast iron SI finger till closing wheels that I have. They're on the aggressive side. I have quite a bit of down pressure on them, but you cannot tell, in my opinion, that you went through and planted corn there. And my neighbors can't tell either, and they wonder if I was going to plant. They always, did you plant yet? Yeah, I planted about a week or 2 ago. You did? And I kind of like that now. This is what it looks like then at that corn emergence, and I'm pretty particular about that corn emergence, of course, as we need to be. You know, the picket fence. I don't plant really thick. I'm not a population pusher, but I can, push the yields. And this is a nitrogen trial that I did. This one happens, it's getting a little old now, it's a couple years old, it's 2021, but I've been doing this every year since I've been putting in clover as a cover crop behind oats, and I want to find out what it's giving me for nitrogen. And so, as the previous presenter said, every farm is different, our soil biology is at a different point maybe, and of course everyone's soil types are different. My soil types are much different than what you have here. So it seemed that the sweet spot at this 110 always keeps showing up for me with the clover, that between 100 and 110 we're plateauing on response to nitrogen. And because I'm side dressing with my own sprayer, it's pretty easy for me to set these trials up, because I can just change the rate in the rate controller, or I can skip a pass if I want to do starter only. So I'm always particular about the calibration on my yield map, so it works for me, right? The yield monitor works for me, especially when you start to see statistical difference. But I'm in that 210 to well, I did have a 240 hit there, but 210 to 230. This field was a 200, just shy of 230 bushels across the scale. And it's really nice when you do everything yourself, because then your scale tickets all get written on the way you want it, and then you put them in a certain spot, and that is an advantage. A little bit on like our oat aggregation group, we did end up with a commercial grain cleaner to be able to bring up test weight as needed. There was a private company that funded this for us, who actually is an oat. They put oat products on the shelf. That's my son and my mom there, and we were actually cleaning some seed rye with it here, not oats. But that was kind of a game changer for a lot of people who, it's like an insurance piece. It could sit in the shed and no one would care. It's just because it's there, that if there's a grower in the group that has a test weight problem, that at least there's an option to do something with those lower test weight oats. I'm just going to throw my contact information up here now, and then I want to go into a little deeper level. See, my presentations don't have a lot of words on them, but I'm going to make up for it here, because I'm going to show you a spreadsheet that makes up for it, the mother of all spreadsheets. That's my place. I always use this photo, I have been recently, to say how I used to like black soil with green corn rows in it. Now, you know, I have this oat stubble here, it's been burnt down, the corn's starting to come up in there, and that's how I like it. I like a nice cover. You can see we're pretty rolling. I know there's rolling hills around here, and I'm sure some of you farm a distance away from here too, but soil erosion is very real for us where I farm. So I wanted to look at this for my farm, and I had a much simpler version of this spreadsheet when I started looking at just for me. But we're going to start on the 2-crop rotation, because most farmers without livestock have ended up pinholed, I would say, or hemmed in on this 2-crop rotation system. And because it might be markets, it might be time, it might be knowledge. We're growing corn and soybeans. It might be the bank says, this is what you're going to do because you have good insurance, and we won't lend you that money unless you grow corn and soybeans. So there's a lot of reasons we ended up in the system that we did. So, as I've always said with this spreadsheet, it's a choose your own adventure. And you guys are 60 miles away from me. What's land rent? Give me a good average number. 275, higher or lower? Higher. 300? 325? Okay. I'm going to put 325. So this 325 will be applied across the board. What's an APH here on soybeans? A decent APH? 58? Okay. Well, I'll leave 60 in there. Corn? 200? Upper or lower? 210? 220? 220? We're just going to leave these prices. This is new crop corn and soybeans. I have $13.35 on soybeans, $5.63 on corn. I think when I pulled these, it was a week or two ago. One came from Lyle, the other one came from Fairmont. So I think Fairmont and Mankato pretty much match all the time. And just a little bit on this, like on the soybean side of things, you can see everything I've applied to growing that soybean crop. To get the work done, I've accessed Iowa State's custom rate survey. I picked the middle of the road price, I put that there. So just a little bit about how I do this. So application for dry fertilizer, that's what Iowa State's claiming. Application on liquids, that's what Iowa State is stating. Everything on here is actually my exact numbers. So if I choose to follow through with a fungicide, insecticide pass, that's what I'm going to pay for it. That's what's on my invoice for the local co-op. And same on the corn side. I have an NP and K here as well as a starter, because I'm putting on quite a bit of starter. Same all the way down. I don't like this fungicide on corn, but it's there because of tar spot. And I don't know what to do about it. And Andy had a really good response to tar spot. It's really gonna suck if we have to manage for it. And maybe you guys are managing it down here already, but it came too late on my farm to really set back yields last year. Here's the $325 land rent. Here's insurance. We got, let's see up here a little bit, it's a no-till system. So you have planting and rolling on the soybean side, combining, running the cart, hauling it to your farm, and then hauling it to the market. Same on the corn side with the addition of drying at 4 points at 5 cents a bushel, which you could probably drive home a little cheaper than that. But of course that varies depending on energy costs. So, my farm, 700 acres, if we exported it down here to Mitchell County, Iowa, I would make $45 an acre on soybeans if I grew 60 bushels, and on corn I'd make 131. Of course, I'm paying myself to do the work as, we pick these numbers of what to put for harvest and all that, right? So that when we're all said and done, I worked all year for $61,000, not including some insurance and all that, right? So now let's take that same system, and we're gonna go over here and change it. So we're gonna take the corn and soybean side, and the yields are gonna stay the same right up here. And I'm gonna bump up the oat yield just a little bit to reflect this bump in corn yield, because I can't average that high on my farm. So do you feel comfortable raising the oat yield a little bit, or are we gonna leave it at 115? 115 is my APH. Dean's saying up, so 125? Okay. So these two numbers right here in the yellow, 10%, 10%. That is the rotational advantage of adding a third crop. University of Minnesota says 10%. Sometimes I put 10% on soybeans and put 5% on corn. So we can do that. We can put whatever number are you comfortable with 10%? Dean, are you in this region of putting a third crop? Do you think that that's fair? Or should we put it at 5?
Let's just use 5 for now.
5? I'll put 5 on both sides. The oat market is tricky right now for next year, but I'm going to put $5. We can actually go down to like $4.50. And I think you could probably get that with some premiums and other cost share and whatever. And we're not going to go there for right now. We can change that later if we want to. So there's no cost share included, no feed value included if you were going to harvest that clover, and no straw value included. You're going to blow that back out on the farm. You are going to save some money right here on corn seed costs, because if you were buying smart stack corn and you're in a three crop rotation, you can probably go down to a double pro and do away with the rootworm traits. You're going to save about $30 of nitrogen, because that's what I do, is I cut about 30 to 40 pounds of nitrogen off my application on that clover ground. So that's the only difference on the corn and soybean side as far as expenses, is giving yourself, income and expenses, and giving yourself 5% yield increase and reducing some inputs on the corn. Everything else I'm going to keep the same. On the oat side, that's about what it's going to cost you to put four bushel down with the clover underneath, go all the way down through NP and K. You got to do the work. Got to plant it, combine it. You're still going to have $325 land rent. That's the cost of my hail insurance. It's really cheap. So they're like, Martin, you lost money on your oats, right? Why are we still bringing in $5,500 on this 700-acre farm? Why are we bringing in more? You didn't sell the straw, nothing else, right? So even in this model that we just run, and we pick numbers out, right? You're making $5,500 more on your farm, which doesn't sound a ton, but you're investing $88,000 less in that farm to return $5,500 more. And a lot of that is in the savings, and we could go up at seed savings. It's savings here in pesticides, it's savings there, right? And you're also getting a yield advantage on the other side. So you are borrowing from the bank a bit for that payback on the corn and soybean side. But if we were to get a panel of oat growers here, it is very real. I think it's cutting out a little bit. It's very real that that yield advantage is there. Dean?
Put 10% on the yield gain.
Okay. And we're going to do one other thing, so we're going to go to 10% here, 10% there, and then we're going to sell our straw. So here's what I'm going to do. Last year when I sold my straw, other than Rudy raking it, I didn't touch it. And they bought it for $125 a ton. So I'm just going to put $75 an acre return on that, right? Sound fair? Because I didn't have to touch it. Now you're bringing in $45,000 more. Yep.
Now you need to add in about 2 or 3 months worth of grazing on that clover, because you're not gonna take much off.
And we can go on, now we can start stacking on, did that intentionally, that you kind of have to look at it from, let's be skeptical at first, right? But the grazing, if you were gonna bale it, I mean, you can just start stacking it on. And that is, so when you think about a spreadsheet like this, right, and you think over on the corn side, this is how I looked at my farm 10 years ago. And it's very, like, if you're gonna do a profit and loss statement for a factory that makes widgets, you're gonna say it's gonna cost me X number of dollars per hour to run this stamping press, whatever, right? I have wages, I have lights I gotta pay, a heat bill, and you're gonna come up with an end number, and you say, this is what I need to make money. Well, there's a problem with thinking of our farm in that way too, because it's not a factory, it's a biological system. And the complexity of nitrogen availability when you change your soil biology is way more complex than a stamp press or whatever. So this introduction, it's the very first step in having a more complex spreadsheet. It's the very first step of saying, this reacts with that, which reacts with that, which reacts with that, which in the bottom line gives me a different number. We're bringing in let's sneak it over a little bit. We're bringing in $42,000 less revenue. You know, that's we do have yield in here. Yield has to be part of the equation, but it doesn't always mean you got to bring in way more money to make more money, because it's about this right here. I ran this by someone from a private company that makes oat products and puts them on shelves, grocery store. And I said, you know, if I did a corn and soybean rotation on 700 acres and 41 years old, I have to put $652,000 a year into my farm. That much every year is potentially at risk. And they're like, they couldn't believe it that it took that much money to grow corn and soybeans. I mean, it's still very high, but it's less. And let's argue that some of that is not all cash, because you have some depreciation built in there and all that. We're still up in the $70,000 less. You got to go to the bank because it's 7%. It's about 7% this year. So that's another savings. So I think I'm pretty close to time here, but there is time for questions or comments. Yep.
How and when do you plant your clover?
So I will put it in when I'm planting the oats. So on this, it's a Great Plains 1206. You can see it. Nope, they're on the back side. Here it is. So it's, right there is the small seeded box. So the first year I didn't have this drill, I borrowed the neighbor's no-till drills, Great Plains as well, it doesn't matter, it's no-till drill. And they didn't have the small seeded box, so I actually spread it on right after I planted the oats. And then just went over it with a drag, a harrow. I only did 40 acres my first year. But this is pretty efficient, of course, to put it on with a small seeded box. 5 pounds, 8 at the most. Anything else? No?
What do you do on corn stalks in the fall? Do you chop them?
Nothing. Yep. So the easiest to no-till the beans into the corn stalks, because I'll go oats, corn, soybeans, is 30-inch soybeans split between the row. So you just you're driving on last year's corn row, and then the bean row gets put in there. And I went to rolling this last year, 2 years ago was the first beans I ever rolled, and I'm never gonna go back to not rolling them, just because I do have rock as well. But I can do a better job with that combine on beans with the root balls smashed down, the crowns, smashes them down just a little bit. So that rolling does help. And when you're in a full no-till system, I don't think as far as soil erosion, you could probably argue that your stalk standing up is a little better, but I have work I gotta get done too. And if it means I can work an hour later at night combining beans because I'm not pushing piles then I'm probably gonna have to do it. So. Yeah.
You burn down that clover at any point, or you just let the corn shade it out?
I have to burn it down. I use most of the time I'll use a verdict. It's used as a pre-emerge, but you can also use it as a burn down product. So that burn down goes on typically right after I plant, or up to a week after I plant. But you cannot spray that when the corn is up. I am working with an organic, so in my county job, right, so I'm switching hats right now. I'm working with an organic producer, and we're building, if you heard these row mow situations, right, so these mowers that go between the rows. So we're with 2 pieces of equipment. One is kind of a scalper / strip tiller to free up that row to plant the corn. So he's gonna go oats, clover, scalp the clover in a strip till, basically, plant the corn, mow the clover down, and then with his row mowing, it's going to be like a drum mower that blows the residue into the corn row to try to mulch the corn row. So he got some money, a grant to do that, but we're kind of backyard farm shop putting this together because I'm a conventional farmer, but I do like the idea of being able to remove some of that cost, but also that activity of applying herbicides to use less. And he was looking at it for grazing in the fall again too, because that clover is going to be right there to grow, to be there when the corn's combined. So that's an interesting project that I've been working on. Yep.
The oats contracted by acres then, or what's your process?
So in the past years, and I think this will change because we're getting to the size of 250,000 bushels of oats is getting attractive, right? And then the story behind it, because the story behind it includes transitioning out of a corn and soybean model to a three crop rotation. And right now it is still by the acre with some attachments to it. So there's other subsidies that are getting attached outside of the grain buyer to grow these oats. And if anybody wants wants more information, they certainly can get a hold of me on that. But there's pretty much one buyer of food grade oats around, so you catch my drift. Anything else? Thank you.
It's interesting. We're going to get to a point, we don't have to grow oats in our third crop rotation. We'll talk about that after dinner, but or even before dinner. And actually, the next two presenters are going to talk about that too. Just one note about Martin. I actually spoke with him a couple times in southern Minnesota a week ago, and his presentation intrigued me how you can lose money on a crop, on one of the 3 crop rotations, and still make more money overall. It's amazing. So we're going to talk a little bit about growing rye right here too. So I'm going to let someone that knows who these two are introduce them. Are you going to stick around, Martin, or are you headed home?
It looks nice though. It's not snowing. I'll stick around a little while.
Okay, he's going to stick around. So if you, any more questions for him, look him up.
So, this is Alec Amundson and Adam Norby. Alec and Adam operate Green Country Farms with their wonderful wives, where they raise corn, soybeans, cereal, rye, and oats. They've been growing cereal rye for 5 years for Sponheim Sales and Services, and most recently added oats back into the operation. They relay crop soybeans into a portion of their cereal rye every year and are continuing to experiment with this practice. The operation has a long history of conservation practices, starting with no-till soybeans in the late 1980s, followed by strip-till corn in the early 2000s and cover crops in 2012. Alec and Adam continue these practices on their operation while experimenting with new ways to increase productivity and profitability. So.
Yeah, as Rachel said, we're in the transition of taking over their family operation, but I think I speak for both Adam and I would say we would like to push the envelope or try new things, not do the normal thing. So when we had the opportunity to start growing small grains, it was a way to break up the monotony of corn and soybeans. And we're not experts. We're going to tell you what we've done, what we've learned, how we've been successful. I hope that there's some good questions and that we learn as much as you guys will, because we're not experts in it. We've only been doing it for a few years, and there's people that have grown small grains a lot longer around here. So, but with that, we'll start.
I'm Adam. Like Alec said, we're not afraid to try some new things on our farm. It's kind of been that way for a while, and I guess transitioning from my family with my dad and uncles in ownership of the farm, but kind of letting us do the management now, have been very supportive of changing things, doing things a little bit differently. Very fortunate for that. They were kind of always in that mindset. Like Rachel said, the journey started in the kind of the no-till area, late 80s, early 90s. Purchased a 750 no-till drill in 1991 and have been no-tilling soybeans pretty widely since then, almost 100%. On some of those fields, have not had any tillage for soybeans since then. We farm in Floyd and Mitchell County, right along in the southwest corner of Mitchell County and into Floyd County. I guess, like I said, it started with some no-till soybeans, kind of did conventional tillage on corn. Still had a ripper through corn stalks, I guess, in the 90s, and then around the early 2000s, kind of started into trying strip till. That was kind of a thing that started in the area. Dean was an early adopter of that in the area, as well as Johnson Chemicals and Osage bought strip till bar early 2000s, and in 2005 we made the transition to full strip till corn, and and no-till soybeans. So throughout years since then, cover crops became another step in that journey, and that kind of helped us transition into no-till in corn and soybeans, fully or almost fully no-till in corn also. And cover crops have been a big part of that journey.
So that kind of leads us into why zero rye. So like Ian said, we had cover crops on almost every acre. And in 2018, we grew our first zero rye crop. The main purpose was to reduce our cost of cover crop seed on all our other acres. Sold to the Sponheim group right here. They cleaned it. We used our seed back on our own acres, plus sold whatever other production we have. There are huge benefits to adding the third crop. Both, soil health, all the obvious things of breaking up corn and soybeans, but we have off-farm jobs, so having time in the summer to do things like clean up fence lines or tile work or dirt work, anything like that. And then it's opened up the door to buy, as Dean said a little bit earlier, buy manure from some of our neighbors. When they need to clean out a chicken barn, we have acres that they can spread manure on. We like buying manure. We don't have livestock, but it's a great way to get that on our acres. It also allowed us to diversify our cover crop. Corn and soybean acres, we've only had luck with cereal rye. When we have a crop that you harvest in the summer, you have a much more growing season to get things like radishes and turnips and clover and whatever else to grow that you don't normally get to grow. And then, kind of like Marvin talked about, all the other opportunities that come with sales opportunities. So you're not only selling grain, you can sell corn and soybeans once per year, but on a small grain acre, you're selling the grain, you're selling the straw, you're selling the clover. An opportunity to have forage if you have livestock and get more than one crop off an acre a year. So that led into some of the double crop opportunities we'll talk to, like clover, relay cropping, and we tried buckwheat this year for the first time for another crop. So our growing season, what it looks like for growing rye, we drill immediately following soybean harvest, a lot of times in the field with the drill and combine at the same time. Try to get it in as early as we can, usually trying to follow a early maturing soybean, or at least the first couple fields you're going to harvest. Get as much fall growth as we possibly can. The more tillers we put out in the fall, the more seed heads there's going to be for yield in the spring. We do about 120 to 140 pounds per acre, with the idea of moving more towards a live seed per acre, like Martin was talking about, is what anybody that grows small grains professionally would tell us to do. Ours are on a 7.5-inch spacing, and we use a 15-inch no-till drill, so we just double back and plant the field twice. We're not growing that many acres, so it doesn't take that much time. But we use this drill for soybeans as well, and 15-inch works well for us. We broadcast P&K fertilizer then. Just like we would, we treat it the same as our soybean acres, so the same amount of P&K going on those acres. Then in the spring, once the rye is actively growing, starts to green back up, we come out there with a nitrogen pass. We're trying to get on those, we want the crop to be actively growing, so it takes that nitrogen up right away, but we don't want to wait till it starts to elongate the stem, and then we're going to run the risk of killing it. You can get out there, run over it when it's small without doing any damage to the actual crop. We use between 13 and 15 gallons of 32% and a little bit of ammonium thiosulfate, and then we add just as much water. So we're putting 15 to 18 gallons of fertilizer on plus another 15 gallons of water just to dilute it so we're not burning that crop so bad. We play around with nitrogen. There's definitely a yield increase when we add nitrogen to small grains, but you run the risk of lodging when the winds do come, because they do come at some point. We also throw in Rise Up, gibberellic acid, which helps promote vegetative growth, promote tillering, and the idea is to get more seed heads out there, produce more yield. And then we're using we spray fungicide at flag leaf. We have been just doing a generic Quilt Excel, and have gone to using Manure Ace, which is Syngenta product that is more developed for small grains specifically, and addresses a lot more of the disease that comes with small grains. And there's always fungus in them. They're, like, the combine will just be black when we're done from rust or whatever's out there, but there's a definite benefit to spraying fungicide. I left a small patch this last year in oats, and you can see right where I shut it off, they were flat, the yield was less. Huge benefit to running fungicide on small grains. So this is a picture, you can kind of see where I've already planted this field once, and so I'm doubling back the second time. We're on RTK, so I just shift over 7 inches, plant the whole field the same way I did a second time, and get a nice tight spacing, 7.5 inch. The picture from a couple slides ago, put nitrogen on. It's pretty foggy. We borrowed some flood tips from Helena and made a nice fog of 32 all over our sprayer. So we've since gone to the streamer tips. Still do the water with it, but it bands it a little better. It's not just the fog and nitrogen out there. It doesn't burn so bad. It gets it down to the ground.
And keeps things a lot cleaner. Keeps
Like,
things
a lot cleaner, yeah.
a lot easier to wash.
Yep, a lot easier to clean up at the end of the year. This is spraying fungicide. So yeah, try to get out there right at flag leaf before the seed heads emerge. Get a good fog out there, get it down into the plant. And like I said, fungicide is crucial. I think a lot of people ask, you know, when I tell them we grow oats, or we're growing oats for the first time, or we grow rye, oats, more guys will say, you know, well, you tried growing oats before and never had the yields. I think a lot of that was fungicide. 10, 15 years ago, we didn't use fungicides like we do now. And I think that's where a lot of our yield in oats has come from, for sure.
So, with the first year we grew rye for seed was 2018, and we'd had some neighbors that had done it the previous couple of years, and you know, they had kind of warned us or given us some stories of how everything went. And the variety of rye that they grew, they said it was about 6 feet high, and they tried to take it over straw and were unable to get it through the combine very well. So that neighbor purchased a 20-foot head to cut down his swath width from his wider soybean platform, and ran that 20-foot through there and was able to get it through. So the first year we rented that head from him, and found with our shorter variety, it was really not a necessity, and it was kind of you know, some extra fuel going up and down the field that we didn't really need to do. So we do use normal round bar concaves in a John Deere combine, just corn and soybean setup. We put the concave inserts in that some people run for soybeans, or they're available for small grains to kind of make a little more aggressive threshing. I'll run 2 of those in there. We've tried 4. It really just plugs up the concaves too much, and you can't get stuff separated. You push everything back too far. So those are kind of our you know, general settings that we'll run. You know, we run the rotor as fast as it'll go. We've since going away, you know, first year was a 20-foot head. Now we just use our 35-foot draper and feed that whole amount in there. It is a little slower going than a soybean crop for sure, but taking a lot of material through. The nice thing with the rye is it is a pretty dry stem. It does feed through nicely, but got to be careful if there are any weed patches with that much material. You can plug a combine, and we did find that out one year. So normal setup for corn and soybeans. We didn't make a big investment in different equipment in the combine with you know, with the small grain chaffer sieve, any of that stuff. We're able to get a very clean sample with what we have. I'm very happy with it, so we don't really have any additional investment there. One thing, it mentions the crop lifters in there. You know, Mark talked about lodging. The end of June this year, we had that big rainstorm one evening, a lot of wind, and our rye was fairly substantial in height this year, and it was flat. I harvested a 25-acre field that was almost completely flat. Luckily, we have a neighbor, a friend that has made the investment in some crop lifters, and we were able to borrow those. The old school, you know, I've heard stories of these. We never, from way back in the day, but on the guards, and we're able to kind of comb that crop mat up, and it worked really well to get underneath it, kind of lifted everything up, and was able to feed it in the combine. Yeah, basically cutting it right at the ground like soybeans to get all that material in, but it worked well. And then we do a little bit combination of both. We'll sell some of the straw or just chop it and spread it back on. If we do bale, we just winter row with combine. We've not done the raking behind. With rye, it's worked well. That stem is pretty dry. We don't have that green material that we really need to worry about drying down right away. It'll dry pretty fast in the windrow. I've had some neighbors bale it, and I think Al's got a slide showing some more stuff there. But all of our rye goes through Sponheim's. We have tried try to harvest it when we think it's ready, and it's really not. It's a little wet. It does sweat in the wagon or the truck, and you won't expect to dry 14.5% rye in a bin with air. It just doesn't work. You can run the fan for 3 weeks, and it'll be the same moisture when you take it out. So that's one of those challenges we found is when we think it's ready, we just go away for the weekend and then come back next week and it'll be fit.
It's still not ready.
Yeah, it's still ready.
If you think beans are fickle for, you can't start till the dew burns off, and then as soon as it starts to set back in, there's a lot of days you have 2, maybe 3 hours of dry combining, which is fine if you're dropping the straw and baling it, because then you have all next morning to bale when it's cool before it gets hot out. We've bought some screw-in fans. If it's got to sit in the wagon for a day or two, we'll put the screw-in fans in because it will sweat. It picks up heat. I've pulled a pair of wagons into my machine shed and left them overnight. And you walk in there the next day and it's raining inside. It's so humid in there. So they will sweat. You got to have air on them if you're going to store them for even overnight. So like Adam said, we've just gone to using our normal draper head. We're also trying not to cut at ground level if the rye steam. We try to leave plenty of stubble there so we're not taking all of our nutrients off. Like was said earlier, but yeah, we've had good luck. Maybe we'll slower going, but good luck using our draper head. Here you can see we're just dropping the windrow right out of the back of the combine. The rye straw is very dry. He came along the next day and baled it. On your guys' left side, you kind of see some streaks out there. That was our relay crop soybeans, which we'll talk about here in a little bit. But we did a trial with Iowa soybean where we were comparing mono rye to monocrop soybeans to relay. So that's what all the stripes are. We're not just crazy. So here he's baling the day after we were combining. We've done we do a lot of small squares, but we've done large squares, which are nice for transport, but it's still a lot more bales, and then we've done large rounds, which we probably do more of in there. They don't store as nice, we can't pack them in the shed, but people buy them and see them. So we end up just selling it. It goes all over livestock. We have a guy buy some that do big landscaping projects, and they grind it and spread it back on highway projects like the avenue down here. They use some. So we don't bale everything, but we do sell some straw. So I don't have quite the spreadsheet about economics, but just real quick, kind of what we've seen for costs. Seed, like I said, we're in the 130, 140 pound range. 30 cents a pound is what we've paid for seed the last few years, around there. So you got $40 in seed, pretty cheap seed cost. If you're going just off grain and/or straw removal of fertilizer, our rates, what we apply is quite a bit higher than that because we're soil sampling and building based on samples. But if you're just going off removal, you're 80 to 120 bucks maybe in fertilizer cost. Nitrogen and rise up depending on what your nitrogen purchase price is. And then the fungicide, I didn't mention, we're throwing a micronutrient pack in with when we're doing our fungicide pass. talking to a few people and reading a few things, a few of those nutrients like copper and iron specifically really help with test weight and grain quality of small grains. So as we, especially in our oats that we're trying to make graded grain millers, we're trying to push that test weight as much as we can. We've seen the benefit from that. So before land and equipment, we figured we got about $200 to $250 per acre in that rye crop. Our average yield has been between 45 and 75 bushels. I would say 55 to 60 is pretty comfortable range. We had a lot better rye this year than we've had the last few years.
Rain and frost play a big part of that.
Yeah.
We thought we had a really great looking rye crop in 2021, and it did. It looked awesome. We got out there and there were a lot of empty seed beds and
Frost during pollination.
yeah, we attributed that to that
That
frost.
late, whatever Memorial Day frost affected our rye pollination this year. We're selling it between 8 and 9 bushels, or dollars a bushel. Is kind of where the range has been for seed rye. I don't know where that's going to be next year. And then our straw, like I said, we're not taking all of it. 3 tons is probably pretty heavy. I would guess we're more like 1.5 tons to 2. But we've been getting, whether it's, we dropped it in the winter and had people come bale it. We've sold it, but I try to figure, if we're baling it and putting the money in it, or the cost of having somebody bale it, I want to be $75 to $100 an acre, but I did 55 to 75 there, 100, per ton, not per acre. So net income, or gross income, excuse me, 450 to 750 bucks an acre, depending on sales price and yield and whatnot. So maybe, if you look at that plus your rent, equipment costs, maybe you're not quite there like we saw as far as dollars, but if you were to buy that cover crop seed, so 3,000 pounds an acre is around 50 bushels, that cover crop seed is going to cost you $900 for that acre's worth of growth. So I can grow it for $400 or $500, or I can buy it for $900. So much cheaper to grow your own rye than it is to try to buy it back, in our case. So that led into the first year we planted a diverse cover crop after our rye. That was kind of the thing we were most excited about. This was oats, which are basically just the carriers. You get the small seeded stuff through the drill. But there's oats, radishes, kale, and clover out here. And that stuff got knee-high. It was huge. We ended up hauling chicken litter on this, and you couldn't even smell it. It got down into that canopy and just disappeared. It was just perfect conditions. So, like I said, we can plant something we can't normally plant out here and get good growth out of it. I've never had, a radish flown on with a plane or drilled that never, that had more than 2 leaves emerge. We can address specific problems or goals. If you want to grow a legume after your small grain, this is the best time to do it. Or if you want to have a big radish crop to break compaction, you can really kind of fine tune it because you have a whole part of growing season to play with and get those crops to grow like you want. And you add more diversity. Like I said, we've only had luck with cereal rye after corn and soybeans, so you're not really getting away from a monocrop situation. You just added another crop in there if you consider your cover a crop. So this is a way to add 3, 4, or 5 other species that you can't really get to grow. And then possible other income opportunities. It led into us planting red clover and selling that for hay. We don't have livestock, but if you could plant sorghum Sudan grass or something like that after your rye crop and get 2 crops off an acre in a year, which is just another way to add income. So this was planting into that cover that next year, that next spring. The only thing left really was the clover. All that other stuff melted down. Made an absolute beautiful seed bed. But the clover was also planted in rows. We haven't had great luck no-tilling into broadcast clover. It just gets to be too soddy and hard to cutting, so we end up strip tilling that. But that was just a beautiful seed bed. The first year growing rye, we were just amazed at what it left the soil like after 1 year, even compared to corn and soybeans. That led into our relay cropping the next year.
So this was an idea, just kind of using the internet, looking at Twitter and whatnot, and seeing some people experimenting with some relay cropping. That's where I got the idea. Thought it looked interesting. You know, we're growing the cereal crop out there. We thought maybe we should try something like that to see if we can add some revenue with some soybeans. You know, timing-wise, I don't know, we thought it would work, and the first year we did, it was only about 10 acres, I think, 8 or 10 acres of soybeans in the rye. 15-inch rye, instead of doubling back, we just left the rye in 15-inch rows, so we had a little more room for that soybean to be planted. Planted it as early as we possibly could be out there. We were out there with the rye, 2-3 inches tall, before wheel tracks really affected. You know, when that rye is real small, you can drive over it, and a day later you can't even tell you were there. So that's our goal, is to be out there very early. Experiment. We didn't know what to expect for maturity of soybeans. Didn't know where we should be. I think we used a 1.9 the first year. It worked. It was a fun experiment. Harvesting it, we were kind of unsure of how that would go. There is enough vertical separation between those seed heads on that rye and that top of that soybean plant that we're lucky we could get down there and get those seed heads all clipped off. But that does leave that stubble pretty high, and like you see there, it is above the soybeans. That's one thing that we found, that it's there a little bit for the competition with that soybean as it grows. But the soybeans get really leggy when they're in that tall rye. They're competing for sunlight and get tall on us. Also found that after soybeans come off, or after the rye comes off, is usually when we get our dry season in August, and those soybeans need to have that moisture to grow. So it's been a struggle some years to get really good soybean growth, but overall we've been happy with how that has gone.
We don't treat the acre any different, and the beans have always paid for themselves, the harvest past of them. So we keep trying it. I think if we got timely rains, it could really go wild, but there's a small hit on the rye just because we're planting at a lower population. And then the beans, this year was maybe our worst year. I think they ended up being about 15 bushels, but we did have up to 35 bushels one year. So you're taking, 50 bushel rye and 35 bushel beans. It's a lot of dollars per acre that you can grow in 1 year.
Like Al said, we're not really treating that acre any different from the rest of our rye. We're still growing our rye crop with soybeans as a supplement or a companion to that. We're not treating it as a soybean crop with rye in it. So the soybeans are just there as a bonus. So if we can keep our rye yields virtually the same, the soybean is just extra.
Here's just a picture pointing into the rye. It's pretty small. The planter goes right down between the rows. You can't even tell he was out there other than where he turned on the ends. Just sneaks right through it. The rye comes up the next day and doesn't care that you drove on it. This is just kind of what it looks like in the growing season. So pretty early before the rye really put a seed head on your left side there. Beans look really good, and then on the left is rye's getting pretty mature. There's probably a few weeks before we would have harvested. The beans get, maybe 6-8 inches tall in there, but they, like you said, they start putting a lot of space between nodes, and they get pretty leggy in there.
Yeah, this was another experiment we did one year. We were able to rent a row crop head from a guy down by West Union. Us and Olson's had experimented with it that year, and it allowed us to get a little bit lower cut on the rye, so that we didn't have that tall stubble. We found after we went to Olson's that we were able to we put a little plastic tile tee on the divider points of that head, and we were able to push that rye down, or push the beans down tight to the ground, so we could clip the rye a bit lower, and then when those beans popped back up, they were taller than that rye stubble, which was an advantage for that soybean growth. It was a neat
It
deal.
didn't justify the cost of buying a row
didn't.
crop head and offsetting the hit,
Right.
the amount of 20, 15
Yeah, because that is a specialized head. He had it converted so that the opening in that head is 15 inches off from center, so that the combine is driving between the bean rows, not on the bean rows. So, yeah, like Al said, to find a 30-foot outcrop head, which is about impossible to find one that isn't completely junk. If they are in existence, you're going to spend another, $20,000, $30,000 in parts to refurbish it to make it worthwhile, and then convert it to the offset. It just wasn't economically justified in our operation to purchase something like that, but it was a neat experiment. It was for somebody that already had one.
And these are the strips we're talking about, bean crop with one passive ground on them, pretty clean. Beans and rye, and then there should be a strip of straight rye in there somewhere. So just comparing the three crops to each other. This was on the left side again. We experimented with 10-inch rye, so Olson's came down and seeded some. So the two rye rows are spaced 10 inches apart with a 20-inch gap to plant beans down through. The beans didn't do any different than our 15-inch.
It would have worked a lot better if it wasn't 2021, because
Yeah.
that was when we had the super dry May and June, and we were ready to give up on those beans by about the 20th of June, before we got a rain about the 25th or whatever that was. We thought, at that point, everything was just going to burn up for the rest of the year. We were ready to just cut it off the ground and roll beans up with the straw. But luckily we got a little rain, and they grew back from one tiny little green node bud on top that was still there. All the leaves had fallen off, but we didn't get bean crop off of it that year.
I used to hate beans until 2021, and I realized how resilient they actually are, because they can freeze off and come back, and they can burn up to nothing except a little stem and come back. So everybody says how fickle beans are, but they didn't care in 2021. We replanted a bunch of beans we probably didn't need to. Gave up on beans we shouldn't have. And then the other picture, this is before we were in the crop lifters, but you kind of see that, some of the stems break off, the rye kind of tips over. If it's windy, it lays over on top of the beans. And that's where running the crop lifters, you could actually kind of get down in the beans and pick the rye up out of it without getting into the top of the beans too much and clipping the beans off. This year, a few more acres of rye, we experimented with buckwheat, so another cover crop distributor came to the Sponheims and asked if we would, if there were any growers that grew rye interested in growing buckwheat. And I guess I got told we were going to plant some buckwheat. So so we harvested rye, then we turned around and harvested oats, and we were trying to bale straw, and it hadn't rained, and then it was the fair week. I didn't get the buckwheat in when I should have. I was probably 2 weeks later than harvest. I should have been out there with it, but it just didn't work out right. So we seeded a little later than ideal. So August 10th they went in. It was dry. We were supposed to get a little bit of rain. It had rained during the fair, like the 4th or 5th.
Yeah, we finally got 6 inches of rain in one night. That was our 2-month shot between the 4th of July. 4th of July and Labor Day, that was our rain. Came at once, so.
So we, there's finally the ground was fit. I got it planted. And then it really didn't rain again. They came up nice. You can see nice rows of buckwheat there. They look neat. I'm sure people were confused of what we were growing, because all of a sudden there's white flowers out there one day all over. But then we got that late September frost. Killed them all before the seed had a chance to fill out. So there were seeds out there. I think we could have harvested something. I didn't want to go through the time and effort of harvesting it to have it not germ and not meet grade for cover crops, so we ended up leaving it, and it's deer and turkey food now. But I think there's still opportunity here. We need to get out there right away. We need to chase the combine out of the field like we do when we plant the rye crop. Especially if in the year we have an earlier rye harvest, if we're out there closer to the middle of July instead of the end of July, I think we can get them planted. And then maybe if it is something that takes off, we look at planting an earlier variety of rye to try to get that harvested sooner. Or maybe we swath the rye so we can get it cut a few days earlier. But I think there is opportunity to get both these crops grown in the same field.
And this was the field that was lodged really bad, it was the rye, so it was cut very low. I mean, that stubble right there was probably the highest of it, but some of it was, you know, right at the ground. But getting that stubble cut a little lower, I think this would be an advantage to this as well.
Yep. The last thing we started doing, and this is mostly in our oat crop, we had 1 year of success in rye, but really haven't had great success with oats in the rye, clover in the rye, is frost seeding clover. We seed it mid to late March. We've sold it, this was our 3rd year, 2022. 2 of the years we sold it for feed, and the 1 year we let it grow, and then tried to strip till through it, and we'll not do that again, because
It's huge.
it was huge.
It did, we strip tilled it, but it was,
Nate strip tilled it, and it was, up into the rock box in some places, I'm sure. It was huge, and just a big tangle man. You can't even walk out there, it got so big. But anyway, has done, it's another legume out there other than soybeans, so that we're doing great things for the soil. It's got great feed value. It provides nitrogen for the following corn crop. We've been able to comfortably cut, I would say, 30 to 40 pounds of nitrogen. And we did a trial with Practical Farmers of Iowa this year, and we've tested that. And it's real. You can't cut your nitrogen if you're planting another legume out there like oats. And it's got other great environmental benefits. The pollinators love it, the deer love it, the turkeys and the geese love it. So you're doing more for just the soil. You're doing things for the other environment around you that we don't always pay attention to. The first year, you can see, so that picture, it doesn't look huge, but that clover was waist high on us.
and it's thick enough you can't walk through.
Yeah.
I mean, literally, it will trip you trying to walk through that stuff.
If you get the PFI magazine, Rachel and I were on the cover seeing it in the rye, and we had to walk out to a thin spot so we could actually walk out there and take a picture. Otherwise, it's too big. And then it was chopped for feed this year, so they cut everything that was out there, all the rye or the oat regrowth, the clover, and whatever straw was there, and chopped it for feed. And I think it made really good feed. So I hope we can keep doing that in the future. This is how we seed the clover the first year. I just used a herd pasture seeder on a 3-point, but that clover's so small I had the thing shut as far as I could, so it would seed sometimes, and it wouldn't seed sometimes. I had to go 10 miles an hour on an open station tractor to try to sit in the seed, not freeze to death. So then Russ and Hayden thought up this beauty here, nice 40-foot egg chem sprayer frame, and then they mounted a guinea box to it. I had no part in it. So you can sit in a cab with auto steer and all the luxuries that we've grown accustomed to, and seed your clover at 12.5 miles an hour. I've actually not frost seeded since we've had this, because it's been warm enough that I've just been able to scoot across the ground, and it's light enough you don't make any tracks, and leave a nice even spread of clover out there. So this was the year we didn't cut it. We tried to strip. It's not the best picture, but it had froze a couple times by then, or we had some heavy frost, so that clover was starting to die off and lay down, which maybe made it worse to try to strip till through. And then that's what it looked like this spring, planting the 5th or 6th of May, I think. So it's a nice carpet out there. Other than dandelions, we didn't have any weed pressure through that clover. It's the first thing to green up in the spring, and it pretty much suppressed everything else that was out there. But strip it down through it.
We tried it with a shank machine.
Couldn't
that
get
was
through.
impossible. It plugs instantly.
Yep.
Nate has a Dawn coulter machine. And we've run that a couple of years. He's come over and run that a couple of years, and it's worked really well. You have to have that if you're going to go through the tall stuff. And then it is a little soddy, a little chunky, so we did freshen it before this.
I think some of that was just how much material he was trying to flow through the machine, and couldn't get it all cleaned out of the way. Part of it, so you got some crow balls, you got some big chunks of clover sod that get mixed in there, and so it wasn't was not an ideal seed bed like you'd expect a strip to be this spring, so we did have to run that freshener through it. Which led to a lot more dust than we're used to.
Right.
Being no-tillers planting green, that's almost a sickening amount of dust behind that planter. So we'll just talk a little bit about oats and growing oats. 2021 was our first oat crop after decades of no oats on the farm. We had been growing, 50, 60 acres of rye a year, but we doubled our small grain acres, which was a big step for us by planting 50 acres of oats. So they get sold and delivered to grain millers. So far, we've made grade twice, so we're experts now, I think. And that's part of an agreement with where's just the agreement? Which one?
And hang on to it for a while.
I got it. Okay. So it's part of an agreement with Oatly, who's not the end user, but the last company to touch it before they hit the shelf, and then Raccoon Farmers of Iowa. So you grow the oat crop, you put a legume cover in it, they pay you for the cover crop essentially, and then you have to reduce nitrogen the following year in the corn crop that follows it. It's got all the same great benefits as cereal rye. In some cases, I've heard people say that the root structure and the whatever the oat crop gives off to the soil is better than rye. But it increased our small grain acres without the risk of a whole other, or doubling our rye crop, because it is a struggle to get across all those rye acres in some cases. So it spread some of our risk and workload out. We're planting oats and clover in March, we're not doing anything else in the field, and then it's a week or two later after rye harvest that we're harvesting oats. So it does spread work out a little bit. It's less work in the fall, it's less work in late April and May when you want to plant corn and beans. And it came with all the same great second and third sale opportunities. So like I said, we're selling the oat grain, we're selling the oat straw, which is a lot nicer to bale if you're making small squares than rye straw. And we're selling clover and fruit. So we're no-tilling the oats early or mid-March, I should say, early spring. I frost seeded our oats. I didn't frost seed the clover this year, but I did frost seed our oats. A week later, there was going to be a driving north wind, and it was supposed to be about 31, so I loaded the drill the night before, and I said at 4 a.m. I'm going to see if it'll go, and it would, so I ran out there, and by the time I got done going across the field the second time, it was pretty greasy, but I was able to get through the crusted frost and get the oats seeded in March.
And then we took April off and then planted it.
Yeah, and then took April off and planted again in May. So it was, like I said, it's an ideal area to plant some acres earlier. We're doing 3 to 4 bushels, probably a little light, less than Martin was. And then just still same 7.5-inch spacing, same fertilizer plan, a little more nitrogen on the oats, but still kind of riding that fine line between too much enlodging and not enough and sacrificing yield. Basically treat them the same, just a few weeks later. Putting the nitrogen on a little bit later, putting the fungicide on a little bit later. So it's worked out well. It keeps the sprayer busy all summer because we put nitrogen on rye, and then we're spraying burn down on corn, and then we're spraying beans, and then we'll come back and spray oats. And there's something else you're doing all year long, so it just spreads workload out.
Sure. So that was another thing, oats were a thing when I was a kid. My dad had oats we had hogs outside, and always had oats for bedding, and more so a place to home in the summer. So I remember baling straw as a kid, and didn't have no oats, but then, there was a 20-some year gap in there where that did not happen. So scaling up for oat production, I'm talking about increasing test weight for the premium if we're going to haul it to grain millers. That was always a big thing back then. If you could make grade to haul to grain millers, it was awesome, but usually they went to the co-op for feed because you could never make grade. We wanted to hit that target, And we wanted to be able, for harvestability, we wanted to be able to do it all quickly. You know, the 2 to 3 hours a day harvest window, it gets old after a while. So we wanted to be able to lay them down in a swath and be able to come through and harvest them easily. Unfortunately, swathing equipment in Mitchell County, Iowa hasn't been around for 40 or 50 years in any scale. So with an investment in equipment, I didn't want to be running that combine behind a 12-foot Oton swather. It just was not going to make sense, nor physically would fit. So did some looking, and through my other job, I knew some connections in northern Minnesota. We tracked down a John Deere 590 pull-type swather, which I'd only ever seen one in Mitchell County, but now there are two. The Manure plant over in Western, over by Dean, has one also. But it's a pull-type swather. You can see the bottom there. We pull it with an open station, small loader tractor that we can fit through to open up. We're putting 25-foot swaths down, so we're able to get that green material that Martin talked about. It is a struggle, especially with fungicide. That lower part of that plant is very green, but to be able to lay it in a swath and let it dry, let that green sweat in the windrow helps a lot. Then found a pickup head, 40-year-old head, converted it to work on our combine, and go through and virtually the same setup as what we're doing for rye. Settings are just a little bit different. Like Martin said, play with the air a little bit. That was the one thing that I get used to was, checking behind the combine and seeing the tiny little loads go out the back, and thinking that I need to make adjustments because I don't want to leave anything in the field, but I want to leave those in the field because they don't bushel up, they don't add test weight, and they just need to go out the back. So
You can throw a lot of them out the back and not affect your, pounds per bushel because they don't weigh anything. They're basically air with a shell around them.
So yeah, get out, make a few adjustments, get back in the cab, ignore it. So it was kind of weird the first year combining oats, but neat to see that how they can yield when they're managed like we are managing. We're by no means in the world of North Dakota or Canada oats, but pretty happy with where we're at compared to where we once were 30, 40 years ago in oat yields.
Everybody that has talked about trying to grow oats for food grade, you got to auger them a lot to improve test weight. So we auger them into a bin, run the fan the whole time we're filling to try to blow some of the lights out the top. I even had an old one-horse aeration fan off a government bin that I mounted to a sheet of plywood that just blows across the grain as it's coming out of the truck or the wagon to try to blow some lights out. And then we've been able to pick up, Grain Millers has a pretty good premium if you wait till now to start hauling. I was going to haul oats this week, but change of plans. So we've been able to get almost $1 premium over harvest delivery by waiting until now to start hauling. So we've got some smaller bins around. It works out pretty well. They've got good aeration. We've had really good luck storing them. We'll be back and back out and pick up test weight that way as well. Economics are real similar to rye. We've got probably $200 to $250 in the crop again before lane and equipment costs. Our first year we were 105 bushels an acre. This year we're 145. If we can stay in that 125 range, I think we'd be pretty happy. If we can keep bumping towards 150. This is a real substantial crop then in this area. It will compete with corn and soybeans. So we've sold them between $4.75 and $5.75 a bushel to grain millers. I know, talking to some few people, there's some elevators around that push that sometimes, even if they really need oats. And then again, you can get just as much for the straw, flow acres. Small square and oat straw is so much nicer. We stack it on racks. You don't have a kicker and a cage, so you don't, your arms aren't raw by the end of the day like they are with oat straw or with rye straw. So plenty of potential there per acre. It was probably one of our more profitable crops this year. Definitely competing with corn.
It's like Al said, it's kind of neat to see. You're talking gross dollars getting up there with corn yields or corn acres, then your expenses being a lot less.
A lot less work too.
Yes, and like I said, we're spreading our workload out. It's a lot more fun to combine in shorts in July than it is in November in the snow coveralls. What, 2-3 years ago, we custom harvested some rye for Olson's and ours and another neighbor, and by the 1st of August, it already combined 200 acres. So that was, spreading out machinery, cost and investment across some other custom work that we did too was a plus.
Get all the bugs worked out of everything. We're planting in March, so the drill's ready to go for beans in May. We're combining in August, so the combine's ready to go for soybeans in September.
Planting relay beans the first week in April
Yep.
to test everything out before it's time to plant corn.
So everything, you're doing a little bit, earlier in the year, and getting the bugs worked out before you really want to hit it hard when you're spreading out. I don't know, every day of combining small grains in July is one less we have to do in October, and that opens up the door for other opportunities as well. We work off farm jobs, so the less time we have to be away from the busy season is a benefit to us.
Plus, I got to be an expert on small square baler knotters in this venture. Made the investment in an old square baler, and that was a dying art, and had to learn it. So, lots of fun.
So I guess we'll take some questions. Thanks for listening to us for a few minutes here. Yeah, go ahead.
Variety on the oats and the clover.
Clover variety, BNS. Oats, we've done salad, right? Daddies. Daddies, and we'll do salads this year.
Kind of interesting. Yeah, it was kind of interesting. We hosted a PFI field day with Oatly in June this year, and had some other growers there. Mark was there. Nice to talk to some other growers that, in these outlying areas that aren't terribly far away, but we don't see each other in normal circles, and learn some tricks. Some of the varieties they're doing, some things on fungicide with the 2-pass. We're a single-pass system. Some things we may try. Some other varieties that people have found have worked better. Nitrogen amounts and timing and all that. So it's been fun to do stuff like that.
There are a lot of other, a few other rye growers of ours in the room too, so feel free to ask anybody questions or catch us. I think we're gonna get started with lunch just so we can keep things moving, because we're all kind of looking out the windows wondering what's coming next. So with that, if you have any questions during lunch, feel free to grab anybody, but then we'll see what happens once we go through the food line. Tracy, how do you want everybody to line up? Okay, if you want to start on this right side of that window, and go through the line. We haven't on our farm, but Dean and Josh do. It was all chicken, but Dean and Josh do on everything. But yeah, you just fix it on. They're just taking multiple samples throughout as they're hauling for Dean, like what's called on Dean's. I mean, that's as good as you can get, right? So you have to have something to go off of. That way, the nice part is there's a truck scale at Dean, so they can run those loads right across there, and they've actually ran loads of our chicken across that scale. Otherwise, you have to catch a few weights to try to know that.
Yes.
Yeah, you gotta quantify something. There'll be a couple more. His farm.
If you think about it, for the year, all in all, before it went, and then all that, and then all back that way. Is that what it is? Right. You have cattle. Oh, you're running separate operations. Okay.
Kind of help each other out.
Right. Okay. I didn't know it was all or you call somebody.
I bring my dad.
Okay. You don't have, you're doing one major event, basically. I'm sure everyone got like frantic spots. Yeah. Yep. I'll take it. Just call me. How's that? All right. Sounds good. Thank you. not quite sure what we're doing this afternoon yet, because if we do the breakouts, we didn't know if it'd be really not a good way to tape anything. But we're gonna poll the crowd here and see if they just want to just kind of talk about each breakout as a group, and then we'll record that and stream that.
What would be hard, what would be hard to take?
We were gonna do breakouts, 4 different individual meetings.
I mean, you wouldn't be repeating it,
No. But we'll see what the crowd wants to do here in a couple minutes.
Yeah, I guess you just have to pick one.
Pick one. Yeah. Yep. Well,
Well, it looks like most of you are done eating, so we have to poll you guys and gals on what you want to do this afternoon. We were going to break into 3 different groups. One was going to be on like cover crops 101. What do you do as a beginner, or what do you do in the spring with cover crops? The other one was choosing a multi-species cover crop, and the other one was relay cropping. Can I have a show of hands of who was going to go to the cover crop 101? A little higher so I can see it. Thanks. Okay, how many of you are going to go to the multi-species? And how many of you are going to the relay cropping? Okay, so would you like to split up separately, or would you like to go through briefly all 3 of these real quickly? They are talking that the snow is supposed to start back up in a couple hours. It sounds like maybe the rates or the amounts aren't going to be quite as high, but they are talking quite a bit of wind. So I would say what I saw with the division of the three, let's try breaking up into the groups, and that way we will kind of, you can go to where you want to go. It doesn't mean once you get your answers to your questions in that group that you can't change to the other one if you want to do that as well. So I would say,
Let's go like, so a group up in the corner here.
okay,
In the back middle of the other corner.
Yeah.
let's put the cover crop 101 here. And then we're gonna go, since the relay boys are back there, we'll put the relay cropping guys back in that. Olson's, and then let's go over here and do the 5 species or the multi-species cover crop over here.
The most viewed anyway is the 101 stuff.
I guess if you're in the middle of everything, find one, and then go to that one, and if you don't, you're not getting what you want out of it, move to the other group, so. And remember to bring your questions to each one of these groups. So, cover crop 101 here, relay cropping back in the back, and the multi-species over here.
No, we're not gonna use the mic at all. You wanna do that? Sure. Mark's gonna take this and bring that microphone over, so try to maybe even hammer it out a little bit.
Oh, okay. Which microphone you want us to use?
And remember, guys, this is not another lecture. Facilitator for questions.
And then I can also point out some people that have been doing cover crops for a while, because I know some of you are. It's not going to just be my answer. So I guess he's going to. How close we got to hang on to this, Mark? Okay. He's going to tape our sessions. Are you lucky? You guys can be on camera. The other group doesn't have to be. YouTube some. That's awesome. Okay, what we're going to start with is questions first. Come on, you guys got to have questions. And then when you ask the question,
You mentioned your organic matter wasn't increasing quite as fast as you were hoping to. What are you hoping it, or what are you wanting it to get to? Do you have a target in mind?
did everybody hear the question? No. The question was, since I was mentioned a little bit ago that my organic matter wasn't increasing as fast as I would like it to grow, he's wondering what is my target or what am I aiming for?
Or is there too much?
Is there too much? My organic matter?
If not where it's at, but could it be too much?
No, I don't think we're going to ever have too much. The thing that we've done in the last 150 years is we have eroded our organic matter in more than half, actually, because in the prairie soils we were at 8 to 9%. Right now I'm at about 3.4% on my ground. So I have mined over half of my organic matter.
Where'd you start at?
When I started with the cover crops, when I started with no-tilling and strip tilling in the early 2000s, I was at about 4. And then I saw a little bit of decline. I got down to about 3.1 by the time I started including cover crops. And now I'm back up to a 3.4 to 3.5. So it's been taking me, I'm getting about 0.06 a year. So it's going to take me about 16 years to get 1% back. I know people that are getting 0.1% a year gain in organic matter. So for me to look at what's happening to my ground, I'm thinking, why is my organic matter only a 0.06 instead of a 0.6% organic gain? And there's a couple things. One, I'm thinking of one particular gentleman that says he can get 10 years, he gets a whole percent of organic matter. His yields have been basically staying there and slowly increasing. In my situation, my yields have increased dramatically. This other gentleman's yields are at about our Mitchell County averages. and mine have risen to about 30% over Mitchell County average. So I think what's happening is we're burning some of that organic matter for the increase in yield. And the other thing is, the thing that I've really, as I've gone and seen all these guys talk about, we can't have too much nitrogen applied. And I've always been a big believer in nitrogen, guys. When I first started selling Pioneer seed back in the middle 90s, when I went to a farm and they had yield problems or yield deficits, the biggest thing usually, number one thing was nitrogen. So I've always been one of those that I always want to apply enough on those years I can really push it. But now as I go along, they're telling me if I put too much nitrogen out there, it's going to eat away some of my organic matter because those organisms are really, we're force feeding them and they need to eat something to offset that nitrogen. So I don't know. Anybody else have any data on their organic matter that they've been taking? It was a whole surprise to me. When I started this, I didn't start this whole process to find out that I'm making more money to get more organic matter or anything like that. So I don't have the records way back when I started, but I have them for the last 8 years.
I had a meeting I was at not too long ago, Dean. I had asked that question about what are the downsides of adding too much nitrogen, and Extension was saying that what they were finding is more often than not it was arrested root development early in the season, and then when you have dry August, then you see a substantial yield loss. Roots don't have to grow if they don't have to look for nitrogen.
Okay. That answer your question, Garrett? Another question that you came here today wanting an answer.
I came here wanting to know what cover crop to run ahead of corn, and should it be applied or seeded in the fall and have some growth established, or can you just put it on anytime in the winter or spring and just have that growth in the springtime to help? I guess my biggest goal is I'm looking to speed up the biology in the soil before I plant the corn, so my soil's already working for me before the corn establishes a root.
I'll repeat his question. His question was, what cover crop should I use ahead of corn? Should I have one that we seed in the fall so we have fall growth, or should we wait to apply it during the winter? He's probably thinking of like frost seeding clover like the Amundsons and Norbys do. We even have some people that will spring apply oats, sometimes frost seeding oats ahead of corn. All those are very valid. The answer I would give you is the longer we have something growing in our soil, and that would include fall, the better we are. So if we can somehow establish something in the fall, I think it's still beneficial. The drawback is the fear of planting corn or raising corn behind rye. How many of you heard that you shouldn't plant corn, shouldn't after rye? Okay. Do you remember why they usually tell you not to do that? What's one of the biggest reasons why? I'm going to try to squash this myth, I call it. It's a myth. Liliopathic. Very good. How many of you heard about the liliopathic effect between rye and corn? Well, I'm here to tell you that's a bunch of bull. Okay? What we see is a nitrogen tie-up of the rye to the corn. Do you remember looking at Brian's presentation where he was showing the yield reduction or yield deficit for corn after rye? Remember seeing that? It was like 10 or 15 bushels or whatever. But what was the nitrogen program? Most of it. All manure is one thing. And the other thing, there was nothing put on with the planter, right? It was either fall applied or early spring applied. And to alleviate the problem that we have with corn following rye is we would recommend, and we would almost tell you it's a necessity, to have nitrogen capabilities on the planter. Because what is rye supposed to do for us? What was that? Sequester nitrogen. Exactly, and rye does a great job of that. An excellent job. And what happens when you plant corn into the atmosphere? Is there any free nitrogen for that corn to start with? No. And that's why we're not promoting more nitrogen for the whole year. We are promoting that you move 20 to 25% of your nitrogen up front.
So for example,
with the planter.
A vetch can be, somewhere
And you will alleviate the concern that we have corn following rot.
You put any nitrogen in the strip when you strip till?
Yes, you can also, if you strip till into it, another place you can put it. Now, a lot of times, it depends on what kind of strip till machine you're using. If you put in the nitrogen fairly deep, 6-7 inches deep, we still think there's a real benefit of having some nitrogen on the planter. It's going to take a while for your first radical roots to get to that nitrogen, and then we could have a little bit of a yellowing or a little bit of, hold back on that corn growth. But the stripping will help. One, it keeps the rye a little bit farther away from the corn plant to begin with, so you won't have quite the effect that you would if it was planted like no-till into the rye. Okay. The other thing, there is two things that do affect corn following rye. The first one I said was nitrogen, right? The second one is the green bridge. We have seen some of that. Have you heard about the green bridge? What that is they're claiming, and it can happen, I've seen it once, that fungal diseases, can transfer from the rye to the corn, such as fusarium. We saw an example, probably 4, 5, 6 years ago, right close to Osage here, where they had terminated the rye. They had terminated maybe 10 days or 2 weeks before planting, like we always tell them to do, especially at first. They had strip tilled in the fall, and then they planted the corn. Now it was a cool, very cool spring. Ground was cold. The other thing was the strips had inverted. Does anybody know what I mean by the strips inverting? Usually you want a strip that has a nice mound or at least level ground level. These actually had a furrow. They had settled down, and they were inverted is what we call them. So they planted into, and what happens to inverted strips? Anybody know? Cold, wet. So what they did is they planted into the cold, wet strips. The rye had been terminated like it should have been.
Maybe the one you choose,
they did not use nitrogen on the planter, and the only nitrogen that they used was totally side dressed. And that didn't happen right away. So as the corn came up, the fusarium attacked it. We probably lost, 25% of sand maybe. But there's one more thing I want to talk to you about, and that is keeping your ground fertility where it needs to be. Because we couldn't figure out, because they had like 1,000 acres of other corn ground that was the same way. I mean, the inverted strips, planted at the same time, but we had no trouble with fusarium. And we kept asking them, what's different? And they could not, nothing was different. Except we dug into their fertility. And this particular farm, and I don't remember why that was the case, I think it was a newer farm, and it had been mined before that. The P's were in single digits for parts per million, and the K was sub 100. Close to 75 to 80. And what we think is that corn was so much under stress because of lack of fertility. It didn't have enough nitrogen because between the later application of side dress of nitrogen and the rye had taken up quite a bit. That corn was under so much stress, the fusarium attacked it. And that's the only time I've seen green bridge activity. Because right now to this point, we have been, and Norby's and Amundsons have been planting green corn into rye and beans into green rye. And I think, Landis, are you doing that?
Yeah.
Yep.
Done some studies to claim there's a little bit of seedling disease trends from the dying rye. It was pretty minor, so it was studies and she was finding a little bit, I forget the numbers. It was as far as coming out of
No. And Miss Robinson was, at first, before she came out with her last paper, they were expecting that she was going to say that you shouldn't plant corn behind rye. And by the time the report came out, I was kind of interested that she had said it was fine. But I do want to go back to the liliopathic effect that rye has. And that's one of the things that I really, we talked about oats and rye. Rye, this is a unique characteristic because oats does not have this. Rye is the only one. Triticale would be the other one because it's a half rye, half wheat mixture. It is the liliopathic effect, and there is one. But it's against or it affects small seeded, like broadleafs, especially like our water hemp. And it's only in the top ½ inch to 1 inch of the soil. And that's why it does not affect our corn. Unless you guys are planting an inch deep on corn, but we're still talking a large seeded here. That's where we come in, because in my goal before we get done, before I retire, is I would love to farm without herbicides, using only cover crops. And I think we can do it. The thing that we're concerned about is, of course, in the row. Okay, but we're still working on that part of it. So there is an advantage to rye with that liliopathic effect. Okay, because if you looked at the pictures, what did Martin? I don't think Norby's and Amundson's sprayed their oats, but what did Martin say? Did he spray a herbicide on the oats? Yeah, he did, to keep the weeds down, right? You don't have to do that with rye.
Yeah, I should have put a note on there that.
There is nothing growing in a rye field unless it's thin or the outside, right? Landis, you don't need it, right? Oh, Cleon.
Or if, like in our
Would you
case,
have water hemp in it? Not until you harvest it, right? That's good. Did I answer your question? That was a long explanation, wasn't it? But I didn't even get back to it. I think if we can get something started in the fall, it'd be so much better. But how we recommend people starting, especially the first year or two, is just seed oats in the fall. Aerial seed it into your standing beans at the right time. That'll grow in the fall, and it'll die for spring. You don't have to worry about killing it. But if you want to go to rye, and if you're comfortable with that right away, go do that. To terminate the rye in the spring, first timers, unless you have great patience and you have great nerves and you don't lose sleep over it, terminate it early. Get it out of your way. Don't worry about it. But the longer you do it, the more benefits you see from that cover crop, the more likely you will continue to let it grow. And like we're doing, we've planted green for the last 4 or 5 years. Now, we have also planted corn into rye that's tall and fully headed, which we would not recommend at all. Most of the time our rye, when we're planting in latter part of April, early May, is probably no taller than that, is it, Landis? Maybe not even that tall. But we allow it to grow. And we won't terminate it until a week or two after we plant it. Because we have nitrogen on the planter. And that's a must if you're going to do that. Actually, we've gone to no-till mostly, Keith. Yep. We started a strip tilling, but we had pushed most of ours to no-till. We are going to do some strip tilling in the future because the strips still dry out and warm up faster than no-till. And put in it. Well, okay. You may not call us a true no-till system because we have a single coulter machine that we put our fertilizer down with. It does not make a berm. It's very low disturbance, and we plant on top of that. So we're still getting the banding effect that we do with strips.
Very similar to corn.
Jim.
My worry is we're going to put that red headed corn. We're not breaking up our cycle of corn, right? From a disease aspect. My whole goal with a diverse cover crop is to introduce resistance. So that's why I want to stay away from something that.
We usually do it in combination. And so if our corn is emerged or beans are emerged, we got to go to plan B, okay? But we normally will burn down and put a pre on at the same time. If we're going to do that, we're not going to wait 2 weeks, of course, to spray. Like last spring, heavens, we planted all of our crops in 5 days. We thought, well, that's plenty early. We can go and spray then. We had corn coming up already. It's just the way it is. But no, we have, and I've heard so many speakers say, oh, you don't want to put a pre on with your burn down because it's not going to work, because you got to get it to the soil. And we've had nothing but good luck with it, as long as the crop isn't up.
So you'll be burning down the rye before the corn's
Try to, but we don't always do that. No. Beans on the head, we don't. We don't put a pre-emergence on the beans, we just spray afterwards. We'll let the beans get quite big. Yeah. Good question. Okay, what are some more questions? I don't know if I'm going to get to it.
Yeah, Dean, there's some talk about corn sensitivity to an adjacent competitive crop like rye in terms of, is it okay if I'm going to plant my corn into rye as a cover crop? Should I try and keep that corn 7 inches away from the rye or 15 inches away? What's been your experience as far as, even with the strip till, of course, you've got at least a 4-inch, 5-inch distance between the corn and the rye. Have you done any work where you've drilled the rye and it was a little further away from the corn and seen any benefit to that distance?
Did everybody hear that one question? He was wondering if we saw any benefits to what we call indexing our rye rows, and planting in between the rows to give a little bit farther away from the corn itself. There's been some studies that have out there, and they say there is an advantage. Now, we haven't seen it, but we haven't done a specific trial on that. A lot of our rye has been aerial flowed on or aerial applied, so we're planting into broadcasted rye most of the time. When we go in with the no-till planter, I have not seen a difference between where there's a gap or where there isn't. The only thing I would see different is how that planter is adjusted and how it's actually performing, where there's heavy rye and where there isn't. Now, we are doing something different. I told you earlier we're going to try to farm without herbicides, so we're indexing now. We're putting 3 rye rows 7.5 inches apart, so it's in between our 30-inch corn or 30-inch beans. And then what we'll do is we'll plant into that gap like you were talking about. And then we're going to crimp and roll the rye in between the rows. We have a machine we built that's got Dawn rollers, in-roll rollers they're called. They're 24 inches wide. And we are going to roll the rye in between the rows. And we're hoping there's enough allelopathic effect to reach the 15 inches into the row. We're hoping the beans or the corn will get a big enough canopy to keep the weeds down, and then we'll roll the rye when it's the right time to kill it. And then we'll put that mat, and that should keep the weeds down between the rows. So we are going to go to indexing, or we started this year, but it wasn't just because of the performance.
Any advantage that you've seen to drilling your rye right after bean harvest versus aerial seeding it in terms of year in and year out performance?
His question, is there any advantage of drilling rye versus aerial? How many of you done aerial application? Okay. Well, have you done drilling yet, Rick? I know Garrett has. So what's the difference? What do you think?
I've done drilling 2 or 3 years in Mother Nature. One's the biggest card. 1 year it looked perfect like a lawn, still in the fall, and then the other year it was almost drilled into frozen ground, so it of course didn't work as well. So, and then that was because it got late.
What's your experience with Rick talked us to an aerial application? What do you see on that?
Surprisingly good stands. So that's just what I've went with now.
Good. Rick, what have you seen on aerial?
Yeah, I had good stands, and so I had acres that came up in the fall, and then I had acres that were seeded later that didn't come up in the fall. And come springtime, they were both the same height when I planted beans into them. But what I did notice was I had insects eating some of that seed. So I probably needed a little higher rate. So I did lose a little bit just because of insect damage, I guess. But yeah, no, it came up great. That was with I just went out with an ATV spreader for the first time just to try it.
Okay. Can everybody hear what they were saying? Not very well. See, this is not like a regular microphone where it magnifies. It's just recording purposes, but they both said that their aerial application was actually pretty good, pretty consistent. Rick was talking about that he had one part of the field that grew in the fall, and he had the other part of the field. I don't know if did you seed them different times, Rick? Seed them different. They didn't. The other one didn't come up until spring, but in the springtime he couldn't hardly tell a difference, other than he had a little more insect eating on the sat over the winter. The thing that I see between aerial and drilling is consistency. Aerial, we do a lot of aerial application. We did. 80% of our acres that we apply from this business is aerial.
Yeah, there's some you can claim.
It's very fast, more. It's less expensive, but the consistency isn't always there. Yes. Yep. Yeah, yeah. And that doesn't always make neighborhood relations real good, does it, neighbor? Yeah, and that's part of it. I've seen them where they're applying rye, and the plane is flying right over the top of the road, and they're trying to hit that field that's across the ditch because of the side wind. I mean, there are certain speeds of wind where we shut down. So, but the plane is the fastest, but the drill is the most consistent over the whole field. They're going to get all the field to fence to fence. It's maybe not always. Garrett talked about he drilled some one year and it froze almost right away, so it didn't grow. Most of our cover crop right now isn't out of the ground. Because when we drilled it right after we got done harvesting corn and soybeans, it was so dry. It didn't start. It didn't grow. But we'll guarantee you that in a few weeks, whenever this snow leaves and it warms up, that they'll turn green. I'm positive. So that's the difference. That tall already? Now that's the thing. We're not in the same spot as Indiana or Illinois or Missouri or Southern Iowa, so it's a little more difficult for us. But even if we get, and that's what we say about aerial applied cover crops, even if it's not consistent, if it's sparse, a little bit is still better than nothing, guys. It's still going to start the transformation in the soil. Maybe not as fast as if you had a perfect consistent stand, but it still will help. Okay.
Dean, after a few years of rye ahead of corn, would you prefer?
No, I would say right now I would prefer drilling. And that's what we'll see a lot of people do. We're seeing more people buying their own drills or some type of thing like a vertical till with an air seeder on it or something like that. Doing most of their bean stubble or most of their bean acres and going to corn and drilling it. And what we've seen is a big switch in most of our aerial work then of the long-term no-tillers and cover crop. They're going to stay with aerial on the corn stalks or corn going to beans to get it started sooner, and then drilling behind the beans to get started ahead of corn. That's what we've seen as a trend, and I think it will continue. I really do. Good questions. Joe.
I've got a couple different ones, I guess. We're trying to take bedding off for corn stalks and corn on corn every year. How late can you get in a cover crop and still have benefit? You said you didn't have any growth this year, but you would still.
We're not going to get the benefit of the fall growth, okay? We just won't. But we will in the spring. Now, since we always in the past have been aerial applying it, I have neighbors that would take corn stalks off my ground, okay? With the growing cover crop in it. And I'm going to ask Cleon, because I know he does some of that. The biggest question I get when I say that is, do the bales keep? Is there that much wet material in it? So did everybody hear that?
That was the biggest objection I'd heard.
You have a roll on each.
That was that they took stalks off.
Yeah, then if you could lay them all together.
I would say the biggest problem with that is I saw more mortality to my cover crops when they did that than I had before when they didn't take the stalks out. I don't know if because of the suction of the stalk cutter. You know, our rye is really probably pretty shallow at that time since we're laying it on top. It might have been pulling some of that out. I don't know. But I've never heard anybody having problems keeping bales when there's been rye or cover crop out there. But your question about how late you can go, as long as you can put the drill in the ground, you can plant rye. Well, the only thing I would like to say is I would like to get that rye to start, germinate, for your best bet. So then we have to at least get it in the ground, I think. I don't think if we frost seed it, I've never done this before. No, I shouldn't say that. I had one guy do it. They did some tiling in the spring. No, tiling in the fall into cover crops. They wanted us to level the tile ditches off in the spring, that's what you got to do. So it ripped all the cover crop out. So they seeded cereal rye in the spring, and then they planted beans across everything. And they terminated the rye that was still left between the tile lines. And I can only say that rye they planted in the spring was way more aggressive and actually hurt bean yield than the rye that was planted in the fall. I don't know why. Maybe because that rye was so aggressive in trying to root, taking more nutrients, more moisture. But you could tell on their yield maps in the combine the difference in the yield as they went across tile lines because of that spring seeded rye. But I would still say if you can get the drill in the ground, you can put the cover crop on.
One other question.
Yep.
This is not doing any cover crops, just more the no-till, taking stalks off, putting manure on, heavier equipment, so worried about compaction, all that stuff. You can go across with a field cultivator and make a bunch of wet clods, or you could no-till into that. Is there one better than the other, or both bad?
There is one better than the other, and that would be no-tilling. It really would. Because once you break that soil structure up in the spring, once you lose that soil tilth, is what we call it, it's awful hard to get it back. And that's one of the reasons why I started strip tilling way back when, was because I had some ground that was crusting all the time, and when I was working it, and when I went to stripping it and not working it in the spring, it planted so much better. I didn't have the crusting problems and all that. In your case, when you're handling so much weight out there, I would love to be able to go out to your farm and snap my fingers and say your ground switches over, okay, from full width tillage to no-till. Because once you get it to where that ground is switched, it holds equipment, holds weight. It's a lot different structure than it is when we're working it. And I think Garrett can say it, and Rick's probably seen that because he's been strip tilling for a while. We don't cut the ruts of tracks that we used to with combines. And you will be able to do that. You'll be able to go from your full tillage to the no-till, but you may see a little bit of a drawback on your yields, on your corn. Jim?
Just even point it, I think it'll do better. Yeah, you might not have to get close, but if you just point it, it seems to do it better.
Were you referring to what, Rick?
Is that a coulter?
That's a knife he has. Yeah. Were you referring to hauling it in the spring and then trying to land into it or look at it?
Obviously that can't happen, but preference would be anything that you can take silage off and that's pretty clear and haul manure on it, or you can take bedding off, haul manure, and that's taking a lot of residue, so I'm not as concerned about the residue, more so just still can be a lot of manure to try to remove.
So then I recommend going to strip till.
And you did that for me one year.
Yep.
Concerned about erosion.
That is a problem. You do not want to go up and down the slopes.
But it's hard to avoid. You got end rows, stuff like that. Just
Yep. So, and this is back to your compaction, okay? We did a lot of custom work, and a lot of the producers, when we would strip for them, would go out and rip their headlands, especially where they loaded trucks or wagons or whatever, and said, we got to get this compaction out. And no, you don't. Mother Nature will take it out. Now, it depends on how deep you are right now, where your compaction layer is, how long Mother Nature will take it, how long it'll take to take it out. Until they find it, because I always told them they prolonged agony. They prolonged their agony of continuing to ripping it deeper and deeper. They were going 15, 20 inches, trying to rip that all up, and the compaction just kept going deeper. And we don't want to do that. So I would say in your case, when you don't have the residue, but you do have the traffic, Mother Nature's going to take a lot of that out in the wintertime. Then I would either go to the strip till in the spring and get you going. It'd probably give you a better seed bed to get started with. And then after a while, you can probably go away from the strip tilling and go to no-till if you really want to. And that would alleviate some of your washing too. If you were to strip it one day and come back, let's take 1 or 2 days to dry out, just like a field cultivator pass, and then pack it back in with a planter and it won't wash. Not as bad. I'm not saying it won't. Dwayne's thinking, I was thinking I'd go down my strips once in a while after you plant it. But I think that's the one way to do it. I really do. Thanks, Jim, for that. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Notice that you got a lot of manure out there. It's going to be cold under that manure.
Right.
You're going to kick the manure aside and put that ground in that cold ground.
Mm-hmm.
You strip till it's done.
Yep, we'll warm it up. Yeah, I don't know how thick you haul your manure.
depends if it's me or Dad.
Who's the thicker one?
Dad.
Oh, okay. He doesn't want to go so far away. Is that just dump it faster?
I guess. More's better.
Okay, awesome. Good questions, guys. What else you want to talk about? Cost. Okay. That comes back to what you want to do with, what do you want your cover crop? And that's I ask people this all the time. Why are you using cover crops? Why do you want them? Because if you don't know why you're going to do them or why you want them, we don't know what to tell you on how much to put on. Now, if you're just going to do a cover crop just so you want to get started, we recommend about 50 to 55 pounds. So that's about a bushel. Okay, and a bushel, I think last year was costing retail around $15 or $16 an acre. And then to drill it, most of our custom applicators are at $18 to drill. And for aerial, we kept them down to 16 last year. I don't know if they're going to go up this year or not, but so 16 or 18 for application, about 16 or 17 for seed. Now, and that's what I recommend, just one species. Now, to get started, if you want to go farther, then you need to go to the other group when they're talking about multiple species. But in our case, where we're just trying to go from corn to beans, the other species don't help us a lot unless we go to government programs and they tell us we need to have multiple species. And then we'll start throwing in some rape or things like that to meet those requirements.
And there's cost share for the first timer?
Yep, there's cost share. I had the figures. There's a new Rock Creek watershed coordinator, and he sent me some new numbers. And for cover crop, and this is just a Rock Creek watershed. Now, many of you are in a watershed somewhere and probably have cost sharing. It was $30 an acre for cover crop and $15 for no-till strip till. Does that sound about right?
Yeah.
What you're doing?
Other than that, it's some priority watersheds, 45 for
Yeah.
species.
Because here, if you sign up for EQIP, which is a 5-year program, they're paying up to $40.86 for one species of cover crop and $51.14 for multiple species. So if you go to EQIP and go that 5-year route,
Do you have to do it for 5 years, or what's the 5-year?
they used to have a 3-year. I don't know if they have that anymore or not.
You can go as much as 3 years unless you're going continuous no-till, in which case you can go 5
Yeah. So first timers, I would see if you got a, and there's also the state funding. It's another program. It's from IDLES, and that's about the same as the Rock Creek Watershed thing, somewhere in there. So if you just want to try it out and get started, that'd be the way I would go. But I would tell you to, if you're going to get started with cover crops, and you want to do a long term of having cost sharing, start small with a single species. So as your contract comes up or due in 5 years, you'll have a higher rating to be signed up again the next time if you improve. You put improvements, and how do you improve? Add another species. So we just keep. Now, is that a good thing? Do we get what we need out of them? Not necessarily, but it plays the money game and gets you started. It really does. It'll help you. I have a presentation I'll show you that I would show you if I had time. I tell you that the cover crops pay for themselves, but you still, if there's money available, take it. Especially first timers. Did I answer your question, Key? Okay.
Who you've been working with who's using cover crops for corn?
Who we've been using?
What are they doing that's working well?
We have some that are just doing oats, and some of them are doing rye. Now, when I talked about the nitrogen up front, with the planter, it's a lot like corn on corn. How many of you ever did corn on corn before we get started with cover crops? And you usually have to put more nitrogen because you got the bugs that break down the corn stalks have to have nitrogen and all that stuff. Now, when you start going corn on corn with cover crops, especially rye, it's like corn on corn with steroids. So you really got to pay attention to where your nitrogen is at. You really got to be able to clean a strip. Strip till would probably be the best scenario in that instance. You can get the no-tilling. We have a couple guys doing that, but it's a really, really intense system. You really got to watch what you do because it's really, there is no nitrogen out there, guys, left, because it is being used up by either the organisms or the rye. So you really got to pay attention. But it can work. But that's probably the hardest crop rotation that we can put people into it with a cover crop. Mm-hmm. Exactly.
You can't imagine you get extra oats.
No. But it's amazing how much oats does grow into that corn canopy as long as you get the oats started and as long as the corn is far enough along in maturity to keep it going with sunlight. We've seen excellent oat in corn on corn. Any other questions? Jim?
Seeing the oats in the fall and having a winter kill, what's that in a sprayer? Does it do any good as far as soil?
Everybody hear that question? What good does oats do? It actually does a very good job of keeping the soil intact for erosion purposes because you still have that root mass that hasn't decomposed yet. Because it probably just froze that fall before. It's too cold for any type of breakdown. So you're still going to have that root mass. The only thing I have concern with that, and I have seen this only once. I keep telling you only once. I'm not like the implement dealer where you go in and you say, I need this part, and they say, we've never had one of those break before. I'm telling you that. I've only seen this once. And that was when they seeded the oats, Ariel applied them. They had a 1-3 group bean. They took the beans off early. We had a nice long fall. The oats actually headed. They could have gone out and chopped them for cattle feed if they really wanted to, because they were tall. But they left them. So what happens? They die, but they left a mat for spring that was about 6 inches thick. And it was a wet spring, and guess what happens? It would not dry out or warm up. And it was not a good thing. We should have gone in with a strip till, especially a coulter machine, and try to go in there and warm it up a little bit. But they planted right into it, and it was not a good situation. That's the only problem I've ever had. It's almost like the oats in the bean harvesting too. I've only seen that a couple times where the oats have gotten so big that we start having some moisture problems, sticking on sieves or things like that. So most of the time it works great. But there are times where it might, if all the stars align and the planets align, and you just can't do it. It just happens. Okay, what else? I don't know what time we got. How much more time we have?
How available are you if I hire you to do after I take my beans off? Are you there the next day or your weeks out? Or?
No, we have 3 operators. We have 2 40-footers and a 20-footer. And I would say we could probably get to you within, I would say 48 hours is what we try to strive for. But that's how quick we try to do it. Just depending on the weather and all that and even mechanical breakdowns, sometimes we have that. But that's a great way to start, is hire somebody to do it.
Who has a spring strip till bar that could try a little bit?
Actually, Zach, so over in the other group, Sensenig has a Coulter bar, and he does, oh, there he is, back there. He actually bought my business. He bought my shank machine, but he's since sold that one. He's bought another shank machine, but he also just bought a Coulter machine. That he can do that for you. And he does all custom work.
What can he put on with it?
Dry. I don't think, he doesn't have nitrogen, does he? I don't think so.
Dry fertilizer, so.
He could, yeah, P&K, he probably could put urea on, I would think, in the spring.
P&K on, so.
Just P&K? You got enough nitrogen, do you?
No, I don't put any P&K.
Oh, that's right. You do, don't you, with all that manure?
See, Mac got his machine, didn't he? Mac?
But that's not that's a shank, isn't it?
That's what I've been using in the spring.
Now, the other one would be a little farther for you, the Olson boys, our dad and son. They bought 2 new ZMR bars this fall, and they're going to switch one to a Coulter. You have the option to go shank or Coulter. So.
And then Helena's might be for sale, that bar that you're talking about, because Mac got his own.
Yeah, I think that's already sold.
Well, yeah. But are they going to do custom work?
No.
They're not.
No. So there are out there.
So do you recommend the Coulter or the shank in the spring?
Well, I when I was in the business, I always said shank because I had a shank. But I think in the spring the Coulter is much better. Now it depends on where you want your fertilizer put. Now in Joe's case, he's not going to put anything on. My concern about the Coulters is sometimes, are we getting it deep enough? Are we keeping it away from the seed? All that kind of stuff. Especially if we're going to put on a big load of nitrogen with urea or something.
50%.
Yeah, so I mean, you really got to keep that away from it. But otherwise, the Coulter machine in the spring is probably by far the best. It really is, because you're not slabs. Now, even with a shank machine, because you got controlled traffic, now that's what I loved about, I think, spring stripping was the best thing to do. Because your wheel tracks, you were not planting anything that had been compacted by a wheel, except for your headlands. And then that was a mess. I mean, it was awful bad in the spring. When we were strip tilling in the spring, you bring the fertilizer truck in, and we'd back in the same place time and time again, and it got to be, you had chunks that were huge. Eventually, we finally decided that we needed a cultipacker, remember those? Seed bed makers with the big rollers. That works pretty good. Yep. The other thing that works good is a guy will go out with a planter if it's really lumpy or chunky in the spring with a strip. Don't plant. Just go over it with a planter. Break them all up with your gauge wheels. Set your Coulter or your disc openers really shallow. Go out and run over it, and then go back and plant it the second time. Works beautifully. But it's another trip. Okay. Anything else?
You got a trash whipper on your planter or nothing to kick that clod out of the way?
Yeah. The question was, Keith asked about trash whipper on the planter. We call those now residue managers because our corn stalks and bean straw are not trash anymore. We call them residue. But anyway, yes, that's important. some of these guys that listen to me a lot, I'm sorry, Keith, I pick on you. There's 2 words that we don't use anymore. One is trash, and 2 is dirt. Okay? It's now residue and soil. But anyway, going back to that, yes, a residue manager is very important. Whether you're no-tilling or you're strip-tilling. It's very important. I really think that. Now, the only times we really get into trouble is where we're in heavy rye, heavy green rye, and we can't move anything. We do have troubles. We're starting to look at, and we actually bought new residue managers now for our planter. They're going to be mounted on the bar, on the parallel linkage, and not on the unit any longer, because we were fighting so much trying to move residue and yet trying to get that corn on the ground or beans. So when we take, Joey, I think you went to those too, didn't you?
Had the same problem.
Yeah. So we went to what are they called?
The precision is a reveal.
Reveal. Yeah. So look that up.
Takes a vibration on the row unit too.
You got them too, Rick?
No, I don't.
Okay. Okay.
Just know.
Is that what they are called?
Well, that's another brand.
Yeah. Yeah. So that's what we're doing now, but it all starts with residue management is with the combine. Okay, we got to get the residue spread out evenly on whatever the combine header width is. If we don't do that, we're going to be behind the 8 ball to begin with, and that's where we start. And then we go to the planter, and we got to make sure we clean our strips, especially for corn. And I think we're seeing beans too. Yes, Mark.
Why do you think the residue wheels are that important when you're strip tilling? I guess actually, because when I was doing it in the spring, actually I had to take much of them off because I couldn't raise them up high enough. It was throwing all the dirt out.
Yeah.
But I mean, there wasn't any residue there to have to.
Okay.
Generally, but
Did you hear Mark's question? Why do we have to have it for strip till?
strip till,
Almost got you, Dwight. A couple things. I think it's still necessary in the spring if you have a fall strip, if it hasn't had a rolling basket on it. Even if it has, it's still going to be lumpy and chunk in that strip, and that residue manager will level that strip out in the spring a little bit. Now, it's not necessary, but I do agree with that. Spring, we do this. I did the same thing. If I was going to plant I have pin up on my old planter, just the pin residue managers, and I couldn't get them up high enough because the strip was so loose, so mellow, you want to call it, that it would just bury it and then plow. We would take them off. But I think if you're going to go no-till, I think that's part of it where you need to have it. Strip-till probably not as necessary, guys, okay? But I still would I like them in the fall, for fall strips in spring. I really do.
The clouds have mellowed out.
Yep. They do. And that's where that residue manager just explodes them and levels it off. So don't want to go too deep because I have had people go and move too much soil, I almost screwed up.
Yeah.
Soil off the top of the strip, and then they were planting it in the muck. And you don't want to do that either. No. You guys had an opportunity to catch me.
How about, so if you're not working your manure in anymore, how long does it take for some of those nutrients to
come back?
work in the soil better?
I got a kick out of Brian's presentation where he had we don't know, do we really care, things like that. But I do care because I'm using my cover crop as a nutrient bank, okay? It's like a checking account. I want to put the nutrients in there, but I also want to get them out. It's not like I don't want a 30-year note or a 30-year CD where it takes that long to come back. And I don't have any really good answers for that, Joe, except for I can screw up my nitrogen program if I let my rye get too big before I terminate it. Because I am counting on some nitrogen to be released towards the end of the season with my rye, and if I let it go too far, I've locked that account out because it won't come back to you. Manure, to me, it seems like it's almost, we're in a more of an organic form to begin with, and once we get the earthworms working, it really doesn't take long to cycle out nutrients.
I guess that was my question. So if traditionally you've been full tillage, you go to a strip till, don't work your manure in anymore, can you still count on those nutrients that year, or?
No, not right away, I'm sorry. It's just like when I started strip tilling, I started corn on corn. That's how my rotation was. And for me to make strip tilling work, I had to work it on corn. So I did a trial where I strip tilled like 10 acres, moldboard plowed 10 acres, and disc chiseled 10 acres. And I did that for 3 years, okay? If you looked at the yield, it was all within 2 bushels. It was really interesting. I looked at that the other day again, and each practice won 1 year. Each practice came in second 1 year, and each practice came in third 1 year in those 3 years. It was just amazing. But I almost gave up strip tilling because in 3 years, on that strip tilling, corn on corn, I started to develop a huge mat. At that time, I would call it trash. It was 6 to 8 inches deep between my strips. I almost gave up, and I thought, well, we'll try it 1 more year. And the 4th year, all that went away. That's when my soil turned over, changed, and I got more earthworms to pull all that residue down. And yep. Do you remember plowing? Some of you guys are too young. When you would plow corn on corn, these guys aren't so young. Do you remember when you plowed and you'd see the old corn stalks in the bottom of the furrow because they weren't decaying? That ground is not healthy, guys, when that happens. It's not good. But that's what we do. But it's going to take a while, Joe, to go from the full tillage to where your ground is going to be able to, the earthworm populations will come up and they'll start sucking that manure in quicker, and you'll be able to get the nutrients back faster. Jim?
The manure will turn that a lot quicker than just a trash crop, right?
Mm-hmm. I would agree. And the manure, you say the manure helps too. Yep. Yeah. So, buy faster than I think. I just don't want to overpromise anything.
Once, when I haul manure now, and I started strip tilling, and I haul on the corn stalks, it's going to be beans, and where I chopped and where I baled, and just kind of figures replacing it, and because it's not going to come back right away anyway. Just give it more time with the corn, maybe. I don't know if there's anything to it or not.
Could be, Mark. I'm not going to dispute that. Not at all. Good point, though. Thank you. You're on.
Talking about your mat of corn stalks that you had with corn on corn, there's the products that are supposed to break the residue down that are the biologicals. Would you rather have everything broken down or keep a little bit of a mat for weed control and moisture retention?
His question is, would I rather have a mat for weed control and moisture? What do I say? What would you say? Moisture. Retention, good word. I like both. How's that? I would like it that we can get it pulled in as quickly as can, but normally as we let the rye grow a little bit farther, the C to N ratio is quite a bit higher, so we aren't getting the earthworms to take it down, so we still get the canopy for the keeping the ground cooler and also retaining water. So my biggest thing, I guess, is to try to get it into the ground as soon as I can so I can recoup those nutrients. But it's an excellent question. If you wanted to do it just for moisture and everything, just let the rye grow bigger. Anything else?
Do you have stratification in your soils?
No.
Nutrient stratification?
Nope, we've done those studies every 5 or 6 years.
Is it because of the deep placement or because of the cover crop? Or
I think it's
because of the
both.
earthworm?
I think it's both. Because when we started strip tilling, and we would alternate 15 inches apart. We go between the rows every other year. So we're putting the fertilizer in those 2 bands all the time. And everybody goes, "Oh, you're just exploding. The nutrient level on those bands are way high." And no, they aren't. And what happens is when our plants are growing and they're taking up nutrients, do we haul them all off as grain? No, the majority of them are still in the plant. So as the plant dies, or we reduce the residue, then that gets broadcast. It's not banded. It gets broadcast again. Then the earthworms pull it in, and then we get the whole cycling again. So we really aren't seeing the stratification. We haven't done enough no-tilling and just applying a fertility on top to give you an answer on that one. I don't know. We did that for a few years until we made this rig to put the placement back in. Because we love the banding of fertilizer because the efficiency of it. That plant does not have to exude a lot of energy to find it. That's what's amazing. So we still like to do that. Good question though. We get that question a lot. Well, I think the other groups are done. Are you guys, have you gotten what you came here to get? That's the goal here. Okay? Okay. Well, we'll probably end up then closing this thing up. Here's that.
Okay, I hate to break up your conversations, but I know some of you are done. Hopefully you can continue the conversation after I get done. But first of all, thank you for coming and coming in this kind of conditions. But I am going to have a little commercial here. Did you guys figure out our theme for today at all? Anybody figure that out? We are looking for rye acres, people. Or seed rye. And that's why we wanted to tell you or show you that even if we lose money on our third crop, we can actually increase our income from the increase in yields of our other two crops. So please keep this in mind. Of course, we're too late for this year. We're going to wait until this fall, but we are really looking for rye seed acres. Okay? If you can somehow work that into your operation, we're not going to recommend that you go a third of your acres or anything like that. But please keep this in mind because of what the cover crop industry is happening out there and what's being pushed upon us to a certain point. The demand for seed rye is increasing, and our seed rye acres have been going down. Those two don't work together like that very well. So please keep that in mind. We'd love to get a bunch more acres, and just talk to one of us, call us.
You said it's too late for this year, but it's time to think ahead for this fall. Things that we talked about in our group, residuals on herbicides, something to think about what's going to go if you were to think about seed rye for this planting this fall, looking at the maturity of, say, what beans you're going to put out there, what you're going to follow. So things need to be in place maybe this spring before you are ready for seeding that cereal rye in the fall. So, sorry.
Don't apologize. That's great. That's great information. So, but once again, before we let you go, thank you. Please drive safely home. Hopefully you don't run across too many bad roads. But it says a lot to us to see this many people here in those kind of conditions that we had earlier this morning. That says a lot for you guys. So thank you again. And we want to keep working with you in the future. So thanks.
It's basically the same as a no-till trail.
You and me gotta get together and do dance sometime.
Yeah, no, I don't think we're interested in running the bioreactor.
Oh, that's fine.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna talk to you about that. Water quality testing from last year.
Yeah, no, I was looking at that pamphlet.